committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys? Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmiths in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie.
Hey guys, this is Hayden Hurst, NFL tight end. I'm partnering today with Red Recover. We're going to run you guys through some drills. I started using Red Recover last year, my 4th year in the NFL. It just helps me on Mondays after games, get my recovery process started, get back into the fold of the week, and get ready for the following Sunday. If you want to recover like me, use Red Recover.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com. Statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
And yes, it's a Tuesday morning and not a Wednesday morning. Off to Canada later today. And with the exchange rate, Kurt, I would probably only get a 40-minute show. So I figured, you know what? Get Kurt up early today. Yeah, get the glasses off like I do also ahead of time and get going from there. Welcome back, everybody. This is the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show. Usually we're on Wednesdays at 9. Got a trip coming up. Wanted to make sure I had the good streaming internet at home. So we're going to do this show today. I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sentinel. We already had my light and camera set up. He's Kurt Heelan from Pro Basketball Talk and NBCSports.com out in LA at the butt crack of dawn here. Kurt, I thought it would be a lot sooner that we would be talking about this than waiting a month into the season. But hey, look, the Miami Heat are on a 3-game winning streak. And I'm just curious, Kurt. You know, we've been talking already about the hot teams, the it stories of the season, whether the it stories of the Milwaukee Bucks start, the Boston Celtics start, the surprising Utah Jazz, some of what we've seen around the NBA. Is your sense that people thought this is closer to who, I'll talk well in the morning, to who the Heat be? Or is your sense that people thought that first month sort of opened some eyes into, hey, this is just a team? Where do you stand that, oh boy, it's a 3-game winning streak right now?
I think last night probably changed some minds, because I think there was a sense around the league that, they're just, I don't want to say just a team, but they took a step back. Last year, and look, they play hard during the regular season, but the people went really hard on the PJ Tucker thing, right? Like, oh my gosh, that's really going to hurt them. Where right. You and I have discussed this. We've seen it more we've seen it more as a playoff concern, right? Like I don't want to say it's not a concern in certain matchups, because, you know, we'll see where it lands, but that it wasn't going to be this. But I think there were a lot of people like confirmation bias, right? Like, oh, I thought they'd be worse. Look, they started worse. And last night was a reminder, I think, to a lot of people that this team, they're going to play hard in the regular season, but it's also, wasn't that just, to me, it was a sign of why they are going to be such a tough out, why they are so dangerous in the playoffs, why they can make this deep run. This was the night when Bam has anchored the defense all season. He anchors the offense. And it's Jimmy who has been everything for the offense this season. The numbers are dreadful when he's off the floor. And it's him making the defensive plays at the end of the game. It became a playoff-like game, and suddenly you're like, hey, there's the Heat.
You know, Kurt, and that's a really good point, because I still think this is going to be a sum of the time team because they have older leaders. That Kyle Lowry is going to pick his moments. Jimmy Butler is going to pick his moments. Clearly last night, Jimmy Butler said, I'm picking Devin Booker. I'm picking those moments. Devin had a terrific game otherwise. Yeah. But down the stretch, Jimmy could not have made it harder. I mean, even when Devin hit the jumper and got the foul and got to the line and put the Suns up late, Jimmy was all over him. Call the foul there. Hey, they only got 4 free throws all game. You live with that. You move on. The block at the end, and I came into the press room after. The problem is the way it works in a lot of these arenas, the game ends. You have to hustle downstairs to the media room. You don't really get to, like the old days, analyze the play and look at the angles and see. And my first inclination was, wow, I really thought Jimmy got a lot of body on that play. And when I was talking to the guys that was setting up my computer in the interview room, I was saying, I almost wonder if that was in Phoenix and the crowd's all up in arms, we're more likely to hear the whistle than you do the celebration down in Miami or whatever they call the arena these days. And yet the more I looked at the play, he blocked it with his left hand. He didn't reach cross body. He didn't go into Devin's body. And Devin didn't complain about it afterwards. Usually a player will say, I can't believe I didn't get to the line there, or what were they thinking? Sometimes they do it as a finable offense. Sometimes they do it otherwise. Now, the Suns did complain. The Suns finished 2 of 4 from the free throw line. The 4 attempts and the 2 conversions are all-time Suns lows. The 2 conversions and the 4 attempts are the all-time low against the Heat in the Heat's 35 seasons. I did find that somewhat remarkable because traditionally, when I see that low of a free throw number, I'll look at points in the paint. And I'll say, okay, the team is scoring on 3-pointers. They're jump shooting. Yeah. The Suns had a typical amount of points in the paint already. So I think that Monty Williams had a case after the game. I am curious to see if the NBA comes out and says something about what Monty said. But it's also the case that I think referees don't referee the entirety of the game. They don't go, Heat are in the 20s with free throws and they just have 4, we better call it. I think the good refs just adjudicate each play. So I think that's to their credit. Again, I don't think a home team ever only gets 4 free throw attempts. I think there's a natural inclination. You hear the crowd on plays, the oohs and ahs, and then you go from there. So I could see Phoenix having a case. Kurt, when I was thinking of that game, after it was over was that the Heat's best quality win? And the good point early in the season, and by the way, folks, I'm seeing everything on the chat board. We will get to that, I promise. So feel free on our YouTube chat board to chime in there. We'll get to all of that or some of that as we go along. When I was looking at the Heat's victories, they have 7 victories. And I said to myself, let's be reasonable. There was a point I thought the Heat's best victory of the season was over the Warriors. And then I realized the Warriors never win on the road. They are still winless on the road this season, which is almost unfathomable when you see what they did at home last night and the way they put it on the Spurs. So that's one of the wins. Kurt, I think you and I would agree that wins over the Charlotte Hornets almost shouldn't count. They are that bad.
They had LaMelo for the second one, so they were. I will say this: they look less bad with him, don't they? Okay, like the ball moves a little bit.
When you're judging your team based on less bad, it tells you how bad you are. Okay, that's 3 of the wins. The win over the Warriors, 2 over the Hornets. You have the win over the Kings at home. That's the ultimate asterisk win because the NBA says the Tyler Hero's game-winning shot was a travel. And I think everyone who knows basketball knows, if you take 3 or 4 steps, it's likely a travel. So that's 4 of the wins right there. Early in the season, you had that split with Toronto. If you would have won that Saturday game against Toronto and then come back and followed it up with a win, I think you would feel a lot better about that game. But instead, they wound up splitting that series. So when I look at the Heat's victories and put them all together, 2 stand out with me. One, the victory in Portland when Portland was undefeated. And Portland has played very well this season. Yes. Now, I know Dame Lillard went out in the second half with an injury that game, wound up sitting out over a week, so clearly they weren't whole. But the Blazers are competitive, and they are fighting, and I think Chauncey Billups really gets it. So I put that in sort of the impressive win category, and then I put last night's game in the impressive win category. You want that. You want to look back at games and say that's the formula. So it's really interesting because we have a couple of these coming up right now, and I just noticed one from 2 Extreme, and I wanted to get your thoughts on this. Kurt, you've seen teams where the best player has to be the greatest player too often. That's probably been the story of the Lakers in the last few seasons with LeBron. Probably was the stories with LeBron in the early years with the Cavaliers. Certainly has been the story this season with Luka Doncic in the Mavericks. He's everything for them. And Steph Curry with the Warriors.
Yes.
So, Kurt, as someone like you who's covered the league for decades, should I leave last night's game excited, like the Charlotte game last week, when Jimmy Butler is otherworldly? He had a season high in rebounds yesterday. Or should I say to myself, this guy's 33 years old. We are 14 games into an 82-game season. He's had to do absolutely everything so far this season. Am I impressed or am I concerned?
I'm impressed, first off. I think there's always concern when you're taxing your stars, but I don't think the Heat are taxing their stars like you mentioned, like Curry and Doncic is setting like usage rate records. He is genuinely their everything. I don't think it's been that way with the Heat, but they need a little more out of Lowry. Who has been, I'm sure the chat board is lighting up here at the redrecover.com Inside the Paint show. I'm sure because Lowry hasn't been what you need yet, and the bench hasn't been consistent yet. You've been getting better minutes from Gabe Vincent lately, and you really do miss what Oladipo was supposed to bring. You haven't, Yurtseven obviously now is not going to be the backup 5, and you miss some stuff there. But I don't think that the Heat are leaning into Jimmy and Bam the way, like you mentioned. My God,
Steph, Luka,
the on-off numbers in Golden State are disturbing. Like it's just really bad when he sits.
Or even Kurt, even where you are, what Anthony Davis had to do the other night, handedly with LeBron out. I mean, again, Anthony Davis is not necessarily old, but he's not young either. And what they made him or required him to do in that game, again, you see that can't be the Lakers formula. The Lakers formula can't be having to get that from AD in order to win games.
Except that it is, but that's a whole nother issue. They really genuinely do need LeBron or AD. Look, without going way down in the Laker talk, I think their biggest problem is this is a whole model built on them both being top 10 players, and they were in the bubble, but They're not right now. They're just not.
Right.
So, but
right. And that's
I think that lack of balance really hurts. And the Heat don't have that. Yeah. He'd have more balance.
And that's the difference.
Right?
Is
like, I think they got
the Heat never portrayed this as just Bam and just Jimmy. And they've said we have our ancillary pieces. And the Heat are sort of built that it's going to be different ancillary pieces on different nights. So I love it when, even the Charlotte series, game 1, Duncan's back. We found Duncan. Game 2, someone leans over to me on press row and goes, this guy's unplayable. Look at the Max Strus coaster. He was like 1 of 8 on 3-pointers 3 games ago. Then he has that career night, one off his career high with his 8 3-pointers, one off his career high with his 31 points against Charlotte. And why isn't he always starting even when Tyler comes back? And then last night, Max Strus didn't score in the first 3 periods. And I think that's what you find with ancillary nice players. They're not everyday players. The difference is that he paid Duncan Robinson like he's an everyday player. And that's going to be interesting when we get to free agency this summer. Because, Kurt, can you pay Max Strus like an everyday player, every game player? Can you pay Gabe Vincent like an every game player? And again, I know the money is stupid. I know it's not real life terms. It's almost more Sam Bankman-Fried and FTX terms where there's just a lot of money till there's not a lot of money. But when you look at the ancillary pieces, you also have to be careful this season, especially with Omer out, when we judge Max and we judge Gabe and their free agencies impending, to take more of a level-headed approach, maybe after what happened with Duncan Robinson.
And with 2 guys like that, and I think this applied to Duncan as well, this is a contract where you're not paying for past performance, which is what some veteran contracts are. This is can Max Strus become somebody who gives you that nightly? I think Gabe Vincent, with all due respect to my UC Santa Barbara love, he's a quality backup point guard in the league, right? Like, I just kind of think that's who he is. I'm not sure that he's going to be more than that. I think he's going to have a lovely long career in the NBA, getting in a role not unlike the one he has right now.
As an 8th man, you pay him as an 8th man. And if Duncan Robinson was getting paid as an 8th man, that's fine.
That's the thing.
I do want to bring something up here. And matter of fact, it's interesting because those people who don't know, if you go follow Kurt at probasketball.com and NBCsports.com, he writes a lot of original stuff. He also picks up on sort of the waves around the league. And then he, unlike aggregators, he then gives his thoughts. He takes it a step further. There's more commentary. Sure. So I want to get to something real quick with you here, because we had the Suns in last night. They were not with Jay Crowder. They're showing that they're lacking bodies with Cameron Johnson out right now. And I believe
Chris Paul.
I'm sorry?
And Chris Paul.
And Chris Paul also. It's funny how you forget about that because at 37, 38 years old, you don't expect him all the time. There's a story, I believe, out of New York. I'm sorry if I'm getting this wrong. I think it was Ian Begley, who does a very good job, saying that if the Heat are interested in Jay Crowder, the Suns are interested in Max Strus. I just stopped. I just okay, I'm drawing a line. Couple of things I want to get from you here, Kurt, because we're talking about these contracts. We're talking about Max being an impending free agent. I'll go to the simplest one because I'm sure when you saw that, a lot of times I know your mind starts spinning and someone might offer something up and then Kurt says, does that really make sense? And then you decide whether to aggregate and commentate on it. Would you trade Max Strus? We'll add salaries. We'll find money somewhere. Andy always has Andy Ellisberg has change in his pocket. Would you trade Max Strus for Jay Crowder right now? Kurt Heelan, you're on the spot on RedRecover.com inside the paint shortly after 9 a.m. on Tuesday.
No, I wouldn't. I think that is I assume you're going to re-sign Max at a number that's probably a little eye-popping this year, which is, by the way, Ira, the reason when you talk to league executives now, they tend more and more, if you notice, they're using percentage of cap as a number. He takes up like 7% or 8%.
Some of these salary sheets now actually have that as one of the columns. Yeah,
because the numbers are just so stupid. When you start, you're like, he's a $15 million player. Yeah, but it's only expert. Like, Strus is going to get paid like a rotation player this summer, and the Heat, I think, want to be the team to do that. They see how far I think this is a case where you've seen how far he has come, and you're like, in our system, we can take that to another level. I hope Max proves me wrong. I don't think Max is a future all-star NBA player, but man, he brings both ends of the floor. He brings something that's really valuable to a winning team. And I just don't think you can give that up. Crowder's a rental. Crowder's young,
he's a
older.
He is also after the season.
Yeah, yes.
And he's 34. Do you want to pay him? Yeah.
Part of the problem in Phoenix is that they didn't pay him as much as we talk about Cameron Johnson taking a starting job and that blow to the ego. It was about the money, man.
Yeah. It always tends to be. Here's my problem. I was actually with my wife the other day walking at the Hollywood Broadwalk here, and we always had joked there's these ice cream stores, and one, it used to be Dollar Cone soft serve, and then you walk about 40 feet, another store there, same price. One goes to $150, the other goes to $150, $250, $3. Now with inflation, they're like $350 for a cone. Fine. The point is, like my wife said, are they owned by the same people? Because whenever the price goes up there, the price goes up there at the other place. And I said, I think it's just like the gas stations. You know, the place on the corner raises it a nickel, right across the street, it's up a nickel. Here's my question to you, Kurt. Since it's always about comparatives in NBA salaries, I'm sure that Max Strus goes into Andy Ellisberg, Pat Riley, Adam Simon, Nick Harrison, and said, Duncan Robinson got that. Don't want to demean my good buddy Duncan. He helped me when I came in, but I'm better. I'm playing ahead of him. I've been more productive the last 2 seasons. I'm a two-way player. So it's a two-part question here. Does Max Strus get more than Duncan Robinson if Max Strus signs back with the Miami Heat?
Probably. A part of this is the cap rising. People are throwing kind of stupid numbers around because they don't think what looks scary now won't be as scary in 2 or 3 years at the back end of a contract like this. My guess is similar to, I'll just off the top of my head without really thinking it through much. Like my guess is similar to a little more. I mean, I think your point about what the agent asked for is spot on, though. Ira, don't you go in and just say, you paid this guy back.
Here's Duncan's contract. Put this in the copy machine. Where do we sign on the bottom? Yeah, at least something like that is problematic. I want to get to some of these chat board questions. I know we're running a little long here, but the problem is they disappear on my computer if I can't see them because I have the font sizes like 300%. So I appreciate everyone chiming in here. Drago, good to see you also. Nizzle, I appreciate the appreciation. Rosendo, good morning, everyone. Big O will be on after us today. You'll get plenty of Dolphins talk and maybe even some Canes talk also. Two Extreme says Jimmy Butler is playing out of his mind this season. Bam is showing what he can do. Now can Bam be consistent with it? Short answers here, Kurt. Do you expect last night as an outlier for Bam or a sign of things to come?
More a sign of things to come. I think he's rounding into form.
It'll be interesting. Now it's a matter, can the other players pick up their game? Strus and Gabe are really good. Okay, Two Extreme, I think, got Two Extreme on this. Quote, Gabe should start over Lowry. Your thoughts, Mr. Pro Basketball Talk?
You can't. You can't yet. But aside the political, I don't even want to think about like how that sits in the locker room. The potential for Lowry is just higher. There might be nights you need to play Gabe more.
The potential this season, yes, this season, but in the moment,
and you're going to need that Lowry when you get to the postseason. So you've got to find a way to wake him up.
MM chimes in here. Irish of Miami looking to DeMarcus Cousins for Miami's need for size. Again, any signing puts you into the tax. It's onerous. It's more than $1 for dollar. DeMarcus Cousins, you know so much about him. You've seen him in so many stops. He did have a good season last year relatively in Denver. Is he a Miami Heat and Pat Riley player?
Ooh, I don't see the fit there with the conditioning and the loyalty to organization has not, let's just say over the course of history, been DeMarcus Cousins' default. And hey, by the way, if I'm in Sacramento, I'm probably that way. Good Lord, I'm not sure they deserve it, but I'm not sure that it fits with Miami.
Greater Good said it keeps coming back to Lowry. I agree, it does. If you have a big three, your big third has to get it done. Ryan chimes in, the contract Caleb signed seems on par for Strus. Yes, in a real world, you could say he is a mid-level talent. Caleb got his 4 years, I think it was $30 million. Max gets at least twice that. It's just the market for a player and what they do. Two Extreme says definitely no Strus for Crowder. Hell no. I agree. They should trade Duncan to make room for Strus. Easier said than done. You got 3 more years. It's a long deal. David chimes in. Did the Heat finish ahead of the Raptors at the end of the regular season? We will get to the Raptors. The Heat play them next tomorrow, so we'll get to that. But after this break, on redrecover.com, Inside the Paint, Going to talk about we're going to talk about 3 injuries. We have breaking news on Omer Yurtseven. We're going to talk about the season-long absence of Victor Oladipo, the ankle injury to Tyler Hero. How will that shake things up? I believe Kurt will be back with a stethoscope after our break. So we'll be back on redrecover.com Inside the Paint with Dr. Kurt Helin after this brief commercial message.
You're listening to the redrecover.com Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Helin. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment, anywhere you go. Use the code Big O to get a 10% discount.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Red Recover now offers a simple-to-use, professional-grade light therapy device designed to help your dog heal and live a healthier life. Red Recover emits red and infrared light therapy based on the same science that NASA developed, all in a soft, flexible housing pad powered by a convenient, rechargeable lithium-ion battery. Say yes to science and give your dog the care it deserves with Red Recover.
Welcome back to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Kurt Helin. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code Big O to receive 10% off your order. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Helin.
I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun Sentinel. At a reasonable hour, 9-something a.m. here on Tuesday, he's Kurt Helin at the ridiculous 6 a.m. hour out in the Los Angeles area. And we're here with RedRecover.com Inside the Paint, our weekly show typically on Wednesday, but I don't want to risk Canadian internet at the exchange rate, so we moved the show up a one-time basis this week. The Big O show with Orlando will be on after we're done. Plenty of Dolphins, Canes, and probably some crypto talk also. So that'll be on after our show. For those who don't know, Kurt spent many years with his own medical practice before he decided, like so many, he wanted to get into sports writing instead.
Yeah, much more lucrative.
So now he's in the big money of sports, and the checks from NBC Sports just keep coming. Okay, we're in it makes sense in our RedRecover.com Inside the Paint show. We talk medicals, so let's talk a few medicals. I was in the locker room before last night's game. I talked to Omer Yurtseven about the fracture of the bone spur in his ankle. I asked him, are you going to have the surgery or not have the surgery? Kurt, you and I have been talking about this for a few weeks. Omar's absence. The last time he played was the preseason opener against Minnesota last month, back in October. Hasn't played since. He told me, yes, surgery probably right now as we're speaking, getting it taken care of. Harlan Selznick, the Heat team doctor, a former Olympic team doctor. He's in good hands. Some point today, we'll get a release saying Omer Yurtseven has undergone successful surgery. I still want to meet the team and the doctor who says, oh my God, I left something in there. We've got to go back out again. So they're going to say everything is fine. I have 2 scenarios for you, Kurt Helin. It could be as soon as, and soon as is relative, 3 months for Omer to come back. You're Omer Yurtseven. You had a 6-week stretch last season when Bam Adebayo was out for thumb surgery where you were a double-double machine, where you were setting rookie records and records all time for undrafted rookies. Bam came back. The trust was not necessarily there from Eric Spoelstra. Dwayne Dedmon got those minutes. There's 2 paths here for Omer Yurtseven after today's expected surgery. You push as hard as you can. You come back at the end of the season and you show who you are in whatever minutes you have, and then you go into free agency. Or you say to yourself, do I want to come back and maybe not be my best self? Maybe favoring the ankle. We know pro-surgical. We'll get to Victor Oladipo in a moment, what you could look like. So I'm going to give Kurt, I'll give you a third title now. We know about your medical background. We know that you put out prodigious amounts of copy for NBCSports.com, but now you're a player agent. So I'll call you Drew for now, okay? Or Jerry Maguire, whatever. If you are Omer Yurtseven's agent and he is having this procedure, do you tell your client, Omer, whatever it takes, whatever percentage you are, get your butt back on the court so people remember who you are? Or do you tell him, Omer, I've got these statistics from last year. It's going to blow people away. And you've got a lot better attitude than Hassan Whiteside, so it's more than numbers. Agent Kurt Helin, who's getting 4% of Omer Yurtseven's next contract, July 1, how would you advise him?
I wouldn't have him come back unless he was pretty close to 100% and could contribute in a meaningful way, as opposed to pushing to get back so he can be 80% of himself. And I'm not sure he's getting those minutes in front of, like you said, in front of Dedmon, who, for better or worse sometimes, Spoelstra, well, I would say Spoelstra trusts this season, but he doesn't have another choice right now. Just because I think you can, just from the agent perspective, I think you could do more damage coming back and not being good than you can waiting. Now, the ideal world is he gets back. I think what you'd hope for is that he comes in March, mid-March, at 95% or whatever, and can play meaningful minutes for this team down the stretch when they're going to be trying to rest. Well, hopefully, knock on wood, be in a position where they want to limit Bam's minutes a little bit, right? And even
Dedmon's minutes at 34.
Yeah,
we saw him
exactly.
Absolutely wear down last season in the playoffs.
Yeah, so I think your goal is to be back and be able to contribute in those minutes, and again, put up the kind of numbers that say, if it's not Miami, somebody's going to look. I think somebody's going to give him a contract next year. If you come back and put up decent numbers this year and put together a good stretch, then that number is probably a little bigger. But one way or the other, somebody's going to pay him. I'm not pay him big, but pay him enough next year, and then we can just. You and I, Ira, can discuss how long a contract I would really want.
Well, and you get to that money, but Kurt, you're getting your guys paid. For those who didn't hear it, Kurt got Max Strus paid in our first segment today on RedRecover.com. Inside
it's
the
not
page.
My money.
Exactly. Go to your podcast outlets. You can hear that first segment. So here's my question for the Miami Heat perspective. They signed Dwayne Dedmon on a one-year deal this year. He'll be 34 at the end of the contract. They have 6'11" Nikola Jovic, who has to grow from being a European guard to an NBA forward, to hopefully putting on enough muscle mass to be an NBA power player. They just signed to a two-way contract an intriguing prospect, Orlando Robinson, played at Fresno State out there in your neck of the woods, put up some really big numbers in his collegiate career, a mature player, an older player. I believe he was a fifth-year senior, not athletic necessarily, a below-the-boards rebounder, but he can get it done. So, Kurt, when we reset, we've already paid Max Strus, so there's that much more on the payroll. Tyler Hero's extension kicks in. That's a lot more money on the payroll. If you're the Heat and you get to the end of the season and you have Bam Adebayo into his extension already, you have Nikola Jovic, he's locked in at least for another year on his rookie scale contract, are you more likely to pay even Caleb Martin money, 4 years, $30 million to Omer Yurtseven? Or do you look at the center landscape right now where Dwight Howard had to go to China, where Hassan Whiteside's still out there, where DeMarcus Cousins is still out there, where Tristan Thompson is still out there, and say to yourself, you know what? Whether it's Dedmon back at the minimum, whether it's another veteran guy, you can find those guys anyway. So I'm trying to get a sense, knowing the Heat of Adebayo, knowing the Heat of Jovic, knowing the Heat at least have the two-way contract and prospects of Orlando Robinson, might we have seen the last of Omer Yurtseven in a Miami Heat uniform?
I don't think so. By the way, I think fans there are going to love Robinson because talk about the kind of gritty, make the most of yourself Heat type of player. Like, I think Orlando's that kind of guy. So I think he will fit in well. I think you try to bring back Yurtseven. We've seen how good he is. Like, we've seen the stretch where he can put up numbers. But also, is Jovic really there? Dedmon's 34. If you can get at a reasonable price, if you're the Heat, like if you can get 2 years of Yurtseven and the third year be a player option when he might want to be on the market for more value, I think that there's value. Look, the center position is really mercenary right now, isn't it? Like like you said, you can just go get somebody.
I mean, look at Hassan
and
Whiteside.
You can go get somebody, but I think you want somebody who fits your system.
Yeah, I mean, look at Whiteside. He gets you numbers. Now, there's a lot of other headaches there when he's not petting his fish, but he's a guy who did get you numbers, and he's just sitting out there, and we haven't heard a sniff or a mention about him. It's almost like he's been Michael Beasley'd by the NBA, where it's either finish your career in China or don't finish your career at all. So I could see that. The one thing I want to add in here, Kurt, is the Heat, when they were in training camp in the Bahamas, played a lot of Adebayo and Yurtseven. And Eric Spoelstra invested a lot of time in that. And at least a couple of the veterans really questioned that at the time. And they said, why are we parking one of our 2 7-footers, or Bam 6'9", in the corner for threes? Why are we clogging the lane? But I do wonder, with Eric putting that much time into it, whether it's something he would want to revisit, except here's the rub. Kurt, can you revisit something in late March and early April? In other words, I know Eric Spoelstra could be a savant and comes up with playoff twists, and we see matchup and cross matchups. Would you feel comfortable as a coach trying to go with something so unique on March 17th when you're less than 2 months out to the playoffs?
Yes, I still think you do it. I still think that ultimately the regular season is for that. If you are not exploring all the possibilities that you might have to deal with in some matchup in the postseason, then you're not doing it right. I think it's something Eric Spoelstra does well. I think it's the lessons the Mike Budenholzers of the world had to learn. Like you can have something that works during the regular season, but if you don't grow beyond that, if you don't experiment with, hey, we're going to play a little zone, just not the Heat, but like we're going to play a little zone just because we might need that at points. Like if you don't put those kind of things in your repertoire, you get in the postseason and then you're trying to suddenly implement it. And it doesn't
I want to get to that for a point. It's all well and good to play teeny tiny with Caleb Martin, who's been very good on his defensive metrics this season.
Five threes last night.
And he's doing it on both ends. It's not just the threes. He's becoming more complete in his role and his niche of what he is. But you get to the playoffs, and the playoffs get bigger for this reason. Best team in the East right now, I think they moved ahead, Boston Celtics. Come playoff time, you were going to have Robert Williams and Al Horford in your mix. Big. We saw what they did on key rebounding plays against the Heat in last season's 7-game Eastern Conference Finals. The talk of the town this year so far has been the Cleveland Cavaliers and what they have. And with Jared Allen, he'll be healthy for the playoffs. There's an early season injury. And Mobley, you have big again. The Heat are undersized. So you have those two. Milwaukee is at their best when they have Brook Lopez, who's had another great defensive season, and this guy named Giannis, who's a center in anyone else's team. Again, big. So I think the Heat need to have plan B, like you mentioned, Kurt, in the playoffs to open that envelope and say, okay, it was fun with all the Lilliputians running around here. We got some points. We were active. We switched everything. But I think there has to be that other envelope. I'm not saying it's Adebayo and Yurtseven. I don't think it is. But there might have to be something bigger for the Heat through a trade, through a buyout, or just to have someone else there. Maybe that's when you call into Tristan Thompson and saying, hey, only if we play Team X, you were going to play. So it's almost like when the teams reset their playoff rosters in baseball. And they'll leave a certain position player off in a certain series because of the matchup, because they're not going to be stealing. They don't need an extra base runner, or they might need an extra reliever. I think it could be that way with the Heat also. That's the Yurtseven issue. I want to get to the other major injury issue because I always find this fascinating. Victor Oladipo still hasn't played this season. He's out with an injury in the opposite knee of the surgical knee. I actually shot, if you go to my Twitter, of him shooting pregame yesterday. He caught me. He gave me the peace sign, moving over, so he's in a good mood. But he's not playing. Kurt, we've seen this a lot, and I think it frustrates teams and coaches. Players want to come back at 100% because they want to be their best selves. Pat Riley tells this great story where he was in the locker room with a player with the Knicks. I forgot who the player was. It might have been Oakley or Mason. And the player wasn't going to play. And Pat went over to him and said, if I need one rebound on one play for 1 minute in the game, could you give me that? And the player said to Pat, I guess I could do that. And then Pat said, then get your effing uniform on and get out there and play. The question about Vic is, even if the Heat never get Victor Oladipo back at 100%, is it time for Victor Oladipo at 90%, 80%, 75% to still get out there with his jumper's knee and at least show what he can do and let the Heat know what they do or don't have?
I think it's getting close to that time. I don't have his knee. I am not feeling the pain. It's always tough to talk about that because it's easy for us to sit here on the redrecover.com Inside the Paint show and say he should play through some pain. But at some point you have to. At some point you have to be out there. And like you said, not only the Heat were banking on him, but you're talking about looking ahead to the postseason. He can't show up in March. They need him giving them minutes before that. And like you said, to find out where he is right now. What is he? How much can we lean on him and in what situations? And more important than the mid-range jumpers, who can he guard?
Yes.
Or can he not guard?
Or can he guard and have the mobility? And I agree with that. There's two key dates for me with Vic. He doesn't become trade eligible until January 15th because of the significant raise he received on his minimum deal from last year. You'd like to know when he's trade eligible, is he an asset? Is he someone we can flip? And that leads to the February trading deadline. If you don't see him by then, and he came back last season after the trading deadline, you simply have one less asset, one less contract to put in play.
Got to.
Yeah. He has an interesting contract because it's a player option, so he has to approve in order to have a trade, or else he has a no trade clause on his early bird. But folks, or bird, you don't need to know that. What we need to know is what he is and what he has. But again, similar to the Omar Yurtseven situation, Victor Oladipo can be a free agent next summer if he bypasses his player option, a little bit under $10 million. Do you think Vic still has it in him? That massive deal he turned down with the Pacers, that huge extension he turned down with the Rockets. Do you think Victor could possibly be playing this as, I only want to come back 100% because I'm going to chase that damn money until the day I retire?
That's partially a personality thing too, and you know Vic better than I. So whether that's how he thinks is a legitimate question. But good Lord, there are certainly players who do, don't they? Like there's always players who, Cousins has been that way. Others who are chasing that contract they didn't get and want to get some of that back. That money they feel they are owed. Money you feel
right.
Sometimes you feel bad for them, Isaiah Thomas, but you feel but. There's guys who kind of chase that contract. I don't know if Victor's one of those guys, but I also, realistically, Ira, if you're his agent, are you telling him that money's out there? That there's more than $10 million, more than mid-level for him?
He has gone through so many agents that he has searched for the answer that he wants. I mean, I was talking to his previous agent when he got here. That guy got zapped because he was honest. He said, hey, Vic, this is where you are. Don't worry about what happened before. Let's live in the moment. Let's move forward. Hey, my thought is this. The Heat have committed $18 million to a player who's barely played the last 4 years. I think he needs some payback. I'm going to hold off on the Tyler Hero thing till after our break. I want to get to the chat board because I always forget ahead of time. So I'm going to go, again, quick answers here, Kurt, before we head out on a commercial break. Greater Good says Lowry is potential that'll never be realized. Your thoughts?
Maybe, but I hope not. I still think it's in there.
Vic goes, you can't trade someone that nobody wants. I think that was a reference to Duncan Robinson. That's the problem. No one's taking Duncan 4 more years unless there's a nice salary, something added in there. No one is taking Victor Oladipo until he gets on the court. No one is taking an Omar Yurtseven while he's undergoing surgery. So for all the assets we spoke about, a lot of them at the moment are out of play right now. Vic also said you can find another Omer. He's not that good. I agree. He had his moments. Hassan had his moments that he'd moved on there. So I'm okay with that. Hunter asks, why aren't we signing Jay Crowder? Jay Crowder's not a free agent. You have to trade for him. Phoenix can still get something. Kurt, real quick, we get to the NBA buyout deadline. You have to get cut by March 1st to be playoff eligible. Could it go all that way for the Suns where they just buy out Jay at the buyout deadline? After the trade deadline?
Never say never, but I think they find some kind of deal before that. It's possible, but unlikely.
That to me is the ultimate answer for the Heat. Jay gets a buyout, comes for the minimum.
Oh yeah,
doesn't hurt the cap. The Heat will have the money left under the tax. They play it that way. That's obvious. Vic goes Orlando, has looked good in the G League. He has. It's a different league. It's a no centers league. You got to be careful there. Jay goes, Omar Yurtseven has a bigger upside in development. He can be like Bam did last night. Let's not go maybe that far right now. And we'll end with greater good saying that Oladipo body is breaking down. There's no doubt that he's a former All-Star, 50% of what he was. We haven't even seen that yet, so we can't say 50%. Yeah. Hey, okay, we blow through as many as we can. Thank you for chatting with us. I talk as fast as I can coming from New York, but I'm going to take a deep breath now. We're going to take a commercial here on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint. When we come back, we're going to talk about the Tyler Hero situation. He's missed the last 4 games with an ankle sprain, how the Heat have played without him. They've won 3 of those 4 games. We're also going to do our weekly roundup of the schedule ahead. The Heat play Wednesday in Toronto, Friday in Washington, Sunday in Cleveland, Monday in Minnesota. 4-game trip. They fly today. Kurt will predict the outcomes and give you the over-under in those games. We'll have that after this commercial break on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Helin. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment, anywhere you go. Use the code BIG-O to get a 10% discount. When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your Inter Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at Caneswear.com or InterMiamiWear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
Welcome back to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Kurt Helin. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code BIG-O to receive 10% off your order. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Helin.
And welcome back for our final segment of RedRecover.com Inside the Paint. If you've missed either of the first 2, just go to any of your podcast outlets, search for The Big O Show, and listen. I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun-Sentinel. He's Kurt Helin from Pro Basketball Talk at NBCSports.com. We come up to our final segment now where we always look at the schedule ahead. But I want to look at another issue first. Before that, I want to get real quick back to the chat board where John asks, if it's not a centers league, then why do the Celtics, 76ers, and Bucks all have centers? I think it's a situational centers league, Kurt. I think if you have a great center like Joel Embiid, and he was great in his last 2 games, of course you feature him. But I think a lot of these teams also have situational centers where Robert Williams will play some games in some situations with Al Horford. But we certainly have seen the Celtics go small also. I would say this. If you are planning to win a championship, and you were planning to get through 4 rounds of the playoffs, you have to be prepared for everything and anything. Only the dominant big 3 teams, of which there really aren't many, if any, right now, can say this is our game. We're going to play this one style. This is how we're going to win our 16 games. So, Curtin, I know you've written a bunch on the subject over the years also. Do you necessarily need an A-list backup center in today's NBA?
No, you need, like I think you said, you might have to change your system. Are you going to keep the same are you going to bring in Tristan Thompson to back up a traditional center so that you don't change your system much? Or are you going to be a team that brings in Omer Yurtseven and, hey, we're going to space the floor, man. We're going to spread things out more. We can do different things. Like, you got to know who you are with that second unit, but you don't need them. And I'm with you, by the way, unless you have Joel Embiid or Nikola Jokic, or I think Rudy Gobert can fit in this and Cat a little bit, even though I don't love them together. If you don't have that quality of center in the league, then you don't play them that much. Like, even the Bucks, with as good as Lopez has played, like, they'll go small. They'll play their best lineups. Really, still Giannis at the 5.
And offensively, they do play small because Brook Lopez is just as likely to be in the corner shooting those three-pointers that he developed while he was with the Nets. So you have that. And then you look at the resurgence of the Cavaliers. Well, Jared Allen is a great rim runner, but they're not playing through the post with Jared Allen. You don't need a body up in the paint. You need someone to keep him off the boards, but you don't necessarily need the ultimate bulky center to keep him from going to his left hand and throwing it in over his shoulder or something like that. That's where I think it's different. The topic I wanted to get to here at the top of our third segment on redrecover.com, Inside the Paint. Tyler Herro has missed 4 games now with the ankle sprain. The Heat have won the last 3 of those games and look pretty good doing it. All I get at thesuncentral.com and my Ask Ira mailbag is how Erik Spoelstra should move Tyler back to the bench. I even spoke with someone with the team about this, and how they simply move the ball better with Max Strus. They get better spacing with Max Strus in the first unit, and Tyler would give them a little more of what they have in the second unit, so you would not have to bring Jimmy Butler back so early. Last night, he had to come back with 7 minutes to go. He was sublime. But again, you're stacking those minutes on him. Kurt, knowing the ego of today's player, knowing that you've given a guy a 4-year, $130 million extension, but knowing you've been very good without him, Tyler Herro, whether he comes back Wednesday night in Toronto, later on this trip in Washington or Cleveland or Minnesota, as soon as Tyler Herro is ready, what role do you think he comes back in?
I think he probably comes back as a starter. I don't think you lose it due to injury, but that said, I think you're reaching the point where I agree there should be a conversation about how you really want to work this, even if it's staggering the minutes somehow. Don't you just feel like, doesn't it feel like they need Tyler with the second unit more and it flows? And you can point to the wins, even though you and I both know, as we discussed in the first segment here, Red Recover Inside the Paint, redrecover.com Inside the Paint, that was against Charlotte, right? Like these.
And one of the games was overtime. And one of the games without LaMelo, without Gordon Hayward, without Cody Martin, you had to go to overtime and survive a couple of Rozier 3-point attempts just to get that W. So let's not overstate also. I agree. Heck, even last night, one more Sunshots drops on a game they didn't have Chris Paul. It's a completely different story. You know, the old make or miss league anyway.
Yeah.
Erik Spoelstra has very good lines of communications with his players. The Heat always talk about sacrifice. Is there any way you can talk to Tyler? What I would try to do is saying, look, Tyler, when you earned the starting job, but that's when we thought we were going to have Vic in the second unit. We waited and waited and waited. I would not be surprised if Vic does not fly today with the team to Toronto, for example. Until we know whether Vic can come back, I think it's better for you to play in the second unit. Let's string some wins together. You're not a career backup. Let's go in that direction. Could that work?
Yes. And I think part of it is, don't you pitch it as, I know we're paying you starting money, but those checks are still coming, right? Yeah. You're still getting paid like a starter, but right now we need you in this role, and you will be a starter again. You know, I think you have to kind of sell it that way. Don't you have to sell it as being a bit temporary?
You do. And the other part of it is this. You would have some owners around the league who don't necessarily know the game. And they would tell Andy Ellisberg, Pat Riley, Adam Simon, Nick Harrison, whoever, Erik Spoelstra, we're paying this guy $130 million starting next year for 4 years, and he's not starting. Why are you spending my money this way? That's what some owners would do. Nicky Harrison knows the game well enough. This is an owner who, when I go upstairs and practice is over, there's a long card table along the side of the gym with Andy Ellisberg, Pat Riley, sometimes Adam Simon, Alonzo Mourning, and more often than not, Mickey Aristotle's in there also. So this is not some absentee owner sitting up in New York or up in his corporate office who doesn't see what's going on. So I think Mickey Arison is more likely to accept, yeah, we paid this guy, but that's for down the road. And again, folks, Kyle Lowry's contract expires after next season. So there's going to be a natural shift anyway. So instead of Tyler Hero necessarily taking Max Strus's role, he very well might be taking Kyle Lowry's role in the evolution of this team. When Kyle moves on, ain't Kyle Lowry getting another 3-year, $85 million contract? This is his career contract. He's taking care of that. So I think that's how you could wind up massaging it also. And here's the other one I would do. I wouldn't fudge it with the trainers because medical is important to the player. We spoke to the trainer, and since you're coming off the ankle, and we don't want to overdo your minutes, and we don't want to waste 8 minutes in the first segment with you, I think for the next week or so, we're going to play you as a reserve so we can manage your minutes. That's how Ira Winderman would handle it. Again, previous segment, I don't know if anyone saw, but Kurt had the lab coat on and the stethoscope. Dr. Kurt, do you think you could sell it that way?
I think that's actually a really smart way to do it. Hey, you didn't lose your starting job, but we need you. We need you on the court, but we've got to manage your minutes. Can you come off the bench for a little bit? And you'll thrive in that role, and then eventually, we'll see where things go. But I think that the advantage to doing that, by the way, is you string together some wins, like against pretty good teams on this coming road trip. Isn't it easier? Winning solves all problems, right? Suddenly then you're like, hey, we're just going to keep it this way because it's working.
Yeah, I just think you can massage it in the short term. And again, when you address the media, you say, look, this is not losing a starting role. This is someone who hasn't played for over a week. We're easing him back. We're on a grueling trip. We want to do it. I think they can sort of manipulate it that way and maybe sell the kid on it, that he's young enough that it's not a veteran who's going, yeah, I know what you're saying. I ain't buying that. I'm a starter. It's just like I think there's a streak of Kyle Lowry, like the last 600 or so games he's played, he's been a starter. You're not telling Kyle he can't start and Gabe Vincent starting like some in our chat board have suggested. That's not happening. Tyler at 23, I think he can be a little bit more malleable. You might be able to do it that way. Since we are in our final segment, I like to do this every week, sort of look ahead. Kurt and I won't be back until the Heat come back from their 3-game trip next week. We'll have our special the day before Thanksgiving, looking at a couple of games on a homestand then before the Heat go back out on the road. So let's start. Wednesday night in Toronto against the Raptors, the shorthanded Raptors. They're without Pascal Siakam right now. They're without former Heat first-round pick, number 20 pick in 2020, Precious Achiuwa. So that versatility they had with Scotty Barnes and OG Anunoby and Fred VanVleet, they don't have as much. To me, this is the must-win. To me, this is you get a team when it's down. You played them competitively twice at home already. You've got to start the trip on a good note. And my God, you could actually be a game over 500. Kurt, when you look ahead at that game at the Scotiabank Center, how do you see that game?
Tougher than that, though, because they are a much better home team this year. They're 5-1 at home. They put up much better numbers and seem more comfortable there. So I agree. Look, winning this game would be huge. I just because Pascal's out and Miami's playing well, I'll take the Heat. But I think this is a toss-up game between, by the way, two teams that are probably going to be within a game or two of each other when we're looking at the end of the season rankings, and they're trying to fight for
tiebreaker,
whatever seeding is. Yeah, whatever the seeding is. These games matter in between them for that reason, and the reason the Heat have to take this one seriously, because this is one of those early season games that's going to matter in April.
Yeah, and you know what? And that's going back to the first segment. You can catch that on our podcast. Is when I was mentioning the Heat 7 wins. They're almost all of non-value for this reason. The wins over the Kings, the Warriors, and the Trailblazers don't help you in conference tiebreaker, which is the third tiebreaker. The 2 wins over the Hornets, you're not going to get in a playoff tiebreaker with the Hornets. And if you're in any tiebreaker with the Hornets, it's probably going to be for lottery seeding. So they don't matter as much anyway. Last night's win over the Suns, the same thing. It doesn't come down to conference tiebreaker. But Kurt, as you point out, you're 1-1 against the Raptors. You played them. The 2 remaining games are in Toronto. So you do want to get this because the tiebreakers will matter. And that makes any Eastern Conference game, which all these are on this trip, Eastern Conference games, that much more. So that's a really good point about how tiebreakers really do matter for the Miami Heat at this stage. So you go from Toronto, you get a day off. They're going to stay in Toronto, get through customs. We know what that line can be like. They go to Washington. The Wizards have a surprisingly good early season record, but the Wizards have had years like this. They've had this good early season record. Oh, the Wizards are back. And then the Wizards whiz, and they become who they are. Obviously, Bradley Beal can give you 10 points a night or 40 points a night. We know that. Rui Hachimura has been up and down. He's played a little bit off the bench. They have some good young players, but not necessarily breakout young players. Heat and Wizards on Friday night, your thoughts?
Wizards have been a little better. Look, their record is better than their numbers. I just don't think they're as good as their record indicates right now. Beal has obviously missed some time in there. You missed the other guy who's the ultimate roller coaster in Kristaps Porzingis. And that's the weird thing about playing the Wizards. They are capable of, frankly, playing with anybody. If Beal and Kristaps are having a good game, that's a really tough team to play against. Or they could be in line for the soft serve ice cream and just not have a good game. I think that's another one where, again, I think it's going to matter at the end of the season. If the Wizards stay healthy, they're going to be a play-in type of team. So you'd like to get this win. They're not. I don't think they're playing that well right now. I think they're very beatable.
And again, a conference game, conference tiebreakers. Let's say you finish 2-2 against the Raptors, for example. They're not in the same division, so divisional tiebreaker doesn't matter. The next tiebreaker is conference record. You need to get some W's within the conference. The Heat have already lost to the Bulls. They've already lost to the Celtics. They've already lost to the Raptors. Those W's hurt a little more. That's Friday. Day off, go Cleveland on Sunday. We don't know if Jared Allen will be back. I assume Donovan Mitchell will be back. It's a tough spot. The Heat can either go in there and saying, we're going to make a statement that we're not going anywhere. Or it could be a case that the Cavaliers make their statement and saying, we're here and we're real and we're spectacular. It's going to be a tough night there in Cleveland at Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. Your thoughts on Sunday's game?
Yeah, I'd probably lean towards the Cavs. They've had a couple of tough losses. I think they're going to be a pretty motivated team for the next week. And they're another team that's really good at home. And that crowd gets behind them. And hey, man, they haven't had a lot to cheer for in Cleveland lately. So those fans get loud, and Donovan's got to pain a lot of your former New York friends right about now, doesn't he?
Yeah. It does. And I can tell you, Donovan even pained some people in South Florida. He played Miami Pro League with Bam Adebayo a couple of times. He winked that maybe he's here to stay, and then he wasn't here to stay. So the Heat, I think the Heat have somewhat of a feeling of the one that got away with Donovan also. Then the trip ends on the second night of a back-to-back against Minnesota. The Timberwolves have not been good this season. They've been inconsistent. They are unique, but you're talking about the second night of a back-to-back, and you lose an hour in the time zone change when you go from Cleveland on Sunday to Minnesota on Monday. How do you look at that game?
Yeah, that's just tough because of the back-to-back, like you said. And they're awkward to play against, but I still think they're beatable unless the wild card with them, which D'Angelo Russell shows up. If you get when good D'Angelo Russell shows up, they're a pretty good team. He's not doing that consistently, to be kind. Like I'm not a big D'Angelo Russell fan, but he is capable of having good nights for them. And when he does, they're tough to beat. But if he's having an off night, I think the Heat can. You want to know a good night to play small? I mean, you're going to get killed inside. Right. You're going to ask a lot of Bam. But if you can knock down, if Max and Caleb can knock down the threes, you cause all sorts of problems for this team.
And to sum up the trip, that's my thoughts are Cleveland's a tough game. Minnesota, because of the second night of a back-to-back. You might sit players also then, Kurt. You might sit.
Yeah, you might.
In that cold weather, Jimmy with those old bones, Kyle with those old bones might sit. To me, that's why it's really important to get these first two, Toronto and Washington. So at worst, you come home at 500. You have back-to-back games against Washington the day before Thanksgiving, the day after. You can build your record a little. So it's going to be a very interesting week ahead. We'll be back next week on Wednesday to cover it for you on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint. For now, that's our show. He's Kurt Heelan. I'm Ira Winderman. And the Big O Show rolls on.
You've been listening to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code BIG-O to get a 10% discount. The RedRecover.com Inside the Paint Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search Big O Radio Show on most platforms. Subscribe and smash the like button.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Righty, yes, sir. Walk on over to our program here in our platform. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning to one and all over the world tuning in, trying to find out about your favorite South Florida sports team. And, of course, we always talk about the biggest stories in sports and crypto. That's right, Ira. We will talk crypto, especially when Alethea is riding high. Well, Alethea Artificial Intelligence. I've been telling you about ALI for a while now, right? It went up 130% this morning. It's like at 95 right now. It came back down a little bit. So it's only up 95% right now. That's all, just 95%. So I'm in a really good mood today. In the middle of a bear market, one of our investments is absolutely exploding. So we like that. We're in a good mood today. Again, not cashing in. So remember, you never lose and you never win until you cash out. That's when you lost or that's when you won. Okay? Some people out there don't really understand that. You know, they think, oh, because you're down, you lost. No, you haven't sold yet. So I haven't won either on this one, but because I'm not going to sell now. It's got to go up way more for me to sell, but it's a nice start to head in the right direction in the middle of a bear market. But anyway, so we are in a good mood. Richard J. Leonard, what are you sipping? You can always tell the people that are new or people that don't really listen to the show. They just listen to a segment here, a segment there, that kind of stuff. Richard, how about this? There's 162 people I see right now on the chat board. Somebody tell them what I'm drinking right now. Put it on that chat board right there because there's a shit ton of people that know exactly what I'm drinking. It's definitely not what you're thinking, what I'm drinking. Bitcoin is trying to hit that 17 mark. Yeah, it's right around there. It's right around there. See? Lime and honey. I love it. You guys are the best. See, those are the people that watch the show all the time. They know all the ins and outs of the show, not just, hey, I'm going to listen to Omar's segment. Oh, I'm going to listen to Marcel's segment, Ira's segment. You know, I know we have those kind of listeners because we slice up the show with a Ginsu knife. Nobody does it better than Sean. And so there you go. Damn. Holy shit. A ton came in. Thank you. Thank you all out there. So, yes, I take it for my voice on a consistent, and I've been hurting big time here. I've got my throat is sore on this side right here, man. It is just, it's been sore. It's the 7-day-a-week thing, And like today, I'm on twice because obviously tonight we'll be back for the Gridiron Roundtable. So you got to keep doing it. And by the way, Jay, I'm looking for those things on Amazon, but what's confusing me is I got to get the ones that are for throat, but they've got all these things for like indigestion and all that stuff that you sent me. So I gotta keep looking for it because you asked me about it the other day, and as Jay Gelfin is there, but he has my cell phone, so he knows. Some folks that are listeners turn out to be, like friends after, and they have my cell number and they contact me and stuff like that. So Jay is one of them who is a friend of mine. And so we have become friends. And so Jay always gives me great advice and always helps out in every way possible. So we love Jay. There's Ray Grullon. Yeah, the man that's given us more gifts than anybody else for the studio. Thank you, Ray, as always, man. You are always too kind. Always too kind. Thank you, Ray. Thank you. Appreciate you. Big O, gambling with warm, salty water will help sore throats. Oh, gargling. I'm sorry. Gargling. Yes. Yeah, the warm salt water helps. There's no doubt. But the problem is, dude, I can't do it in the middle of a show. And so when you feel a little, the honey and the lime works so good. It's, I don't think that I would survive without it right now, especially the way I know that I'm hurting. I know because the thing is on Saturdays is the killer day for me because I do the pre and the post with Mike, but in between every quarter, I'm walking around that restaurant screaming for about 5 minutes, giving out numbers and giving out prizes and all kinds of stuff. So I know that by the time Saturday's over, that's when my voice gets its worst. And then I got to go to Sunday to do the Dolphins. So this week I get a break because we do the Hurricanes on Saturday, and I get to rest on Sunday because the Dolphins are off. So that is good. I actually get to sit back and check out the Red Zone, man. I love that. Get to check out the Red Zone, relax. This Sunday, I actually have a day off. Wow, Sean, we have a day off this Sunday. Whew, man. And then the following week will be our last day of 7 days a week because then obviously the Canes are done with that Pittsburgh game. Big O, you guys get a break on Sunday. Big O, here, Amazon laid off 20,000 employees. Amazon's laying off employees. Tesla's laying off employees. I keep telling you guys that we're going to go into a funk for next year. We are. We're not anywhere out of the woods yet. That we're going to go through some rough patches over the next half year, I think. And then maybe on the back end of 2023 is when things start to really pick up and maybe we can overcome all this stuff. What we also need is a stupid war to end. We need this freaking Putin guy to just go away, man. Jesus, because that also puts a damper on the rest of the world because it gets in the way of a lot of things that's going on. So, all right, last night, interesting night last night. Heat, nice. I was at the arena last night. I was at the, I don't know, it still says FTX Arena all over the place. And, I have a Bitcoin shirt that I just got. I wore it on Saturday for the Canes, right? And it's awesome because on Monday I was finishing up. Sunday to Monday I was doing all kinds of washing, and so I washed the shirt, and I go, what am I going to wear? And I don't like wearing a shirt twice in a week, But I go, man, I'm going to FTX Arena. I got to wear a Bitcoin shirt, so I went in my Bitcoin shirt yesterday to the game. Ran into several listeners that watch the show all the time. Thank you all out there for saying hi. That's the one thing that's, it's interesting how this YouTube show has completely changed for me because I was so used to in radio for many years, decades, you only hear my voice, so you don't really know what I look like. And unless maybe over recent years you went to social media to look at, but now when you're on YouTube every day, your face is out there all the time. So I run into people everywhere. I was at Finca picking up some food. I'm standing out there just waiting for my food on the pickup window, and some guy's there to pick up his food. He goes, "Hey, you're Big O," and I'm yeah. And it's happening all over the place. So thank you all, those of you that stopped me over at FTX Arena. And one guy goes, "Only you would bring a Bitcoin shirt to the FTX Arena." And I go, "Well, FTX is the problem, not Bitcoin, dude. I'm not worried about Bitcoin. That's FTX and the people." Did you see that over like 2 billion Bitcoins have been moved off of exchanges and people are finally putting them into their cold wallets? Congratulations, people. Congratulations. The fact that you left $2 freaking billion of Bitcoin on exchanges, you're out of your effing minds. What is wrong with you people? We keep telling you, stop trusting exchanges. Get your money off exchanges. Jesus. That is just, it drives me crazy. But thank God people are learning, man. There's nothing wrong with crypto. It's those exchanges that are dirty. It's like an investment firm or a bank that's dirty. It's not wrong. There's nothing wrong with the money. It's the people that are doing dirty stuff with your money. That happens all the time in all walks of life. That's nothing new. What went on in crypto has gone on in the financial world forever, dude. How many people have had Enrons and stuff like that? Come on, get out of here. It's just something that people, FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. That's what they put out there to confuse you and make you think all that. So anyway, we had a good time last night. And great atmosphere, as always. I mean, the Heat are just a fantastic organization. I didn't think they would come back towards the end there after they pulled away. And hell of a comeback. Bam made a lot of nice plays down the stretch. Lowry had a big shot, even though he wasn't anything great or anything. And Butler was fantastic. The block he got at the end with Booker, it was kind of payback. If you watched the game or you were at the game when they blocked Jimmy, was it like early third or something? It was like an impressive block. And it was kind of like, to me, I was like, okay, Jimmy's going to remember this and he's going to want to get some revenge. And he got revenge right at the right time at the end of that game. That was actually really cool. Great atmosphere. The only thing that sucked was I would have liked the Heat to win it comfortably so I could walk out a little earlier. But boy, they took it all the way down to the final second. And then you got to walk out with the rest of the crowd and it takes forever. My God, fighting traffic home was brutal. Holy shit. Getting out of that arena on 95 to get to 836. Oh my God. Wow. And I felt like such a rookie. I should have known better and used some of the, the inner streets to get the hell out of that area. And that was a rookie move on my part. But bam, man, that traffic getting out was an absolute bitch, but fun game last night with the Heat. And then I'm watching the Washington game on the way home, because I've got it on the phone there. And Washington pulls out the victory, dude. That is amazing. It's funny because I was telling William Quigley, the owner of Cutter's Edge Pro, which we were at the game with him, and obviously, and his lovely wife and son, by the way, with the entire family. And we were having some fun, and I was telling him, Washington has a shot because they've got a decent defense. So if they can somehow, keep it close, turn it over, and it wasn't that it was like, although they got the turnovers at the end, but it was one of those things that you got to give them credit. They just hung in there, and they ended up winning, which was great. Because obviously the Miami Dolphins still are the only undefeated. Listen, who did you really think the Eagles were going to go undefeated all the way? Come on, man. They're good, but they're not that good. They're not that good. Come on, relax. So Eagles end up losing, and more importantly, I'm not worried about the 72 stuff. That's silliness. You got to show me like a real team that could threaten it. like the year of the Patriots or something, then I get nervous for the 72 boys. I was never nervous about that crap. That was going to be nice and safe for the Dolphin Nation. But now what happens? Now it's Tua Tagovailoa as the only quarterback in the NFL that is undefeated in games he started and finished. No one else can make that claim. Tua is the only one that can make that claim at 7-0. Right? Hurts had an opportunity to go 9-0 yesterday, drops to 8-1. So we shall see in 2 weeks if Tua continues to be the only quarterback to be undefeated in games that he has started and finished. So I thought that was cool because that to me that's what made me happy last night. I didn't care about the 72 Dolphins because that's a silliness to even worry about that record right now. You're at 9-0. If you would have won, I'm not worried about it. You're not winning the rest of your games. So that to me was never a concern or a doubt or anything that I would be nervous about. But I wanted that race in between Tua and Hurts and see how long it lasted. And so now Tua's all by himself in the NFL now as the only quarterback. I don't know how long he's going to keep it. I know he'll keep it at least another week when they take on the Texans. And then they got a nice stretch there, which I think they can win most of the games. That's one of the things that I looked at yesterday. And you look at the schedule, Houston at San Fran, at the Chargers. I watched those two on Sunday night. Not impressed. You can beat them. At Buffalo, you can beat Buffalo too. Versus Green Bay, you can beat Green Bay. At New England, you can easily beat New England. Well, not easily, but you'll beat New England. And versus the Jets, you should handle the Jets with no problem, with Tua. So all these games I'm not saying you're going to win all of them, but what I'm saying is none of them look like, remember at the beginning of the year, all those first 4 games for the Dolphins, they're not going to beat the Bills, this, that, whatever. And all of a sudden, they've shattered everything that you thought. So when I look at this upcoming schedule, they're going to have an opportunity to win all these games. We'll see. We'll see how far they go, how many of these games they win, but it'll be really cool. Be really, really cool. Let's see. Sebastian Ramirez, thank you, sir, for the love on the super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What else do we have? Globe Life Field and AT&T Stadium are a block from each other. I don't know. When there's a game in one and a concert in the other, it's a living hell to get out. Okay. I would imagine. The last 2 late season undefeated teams over the years, Eagles and Steelers, weren't nearly as good as the record would suggest. I want to see the team come back from the bye and be dominant for the rest of the year, especially with the team finding riches. It can stay successful. What do you mean by dominant, Alaric? What do you mean by dominant? I'm really intrigued by that one. I'd love to hear your explanation of what dominant is. I'd really like to hear that explanation. Announcers and said Hurts has never had a fourth quarter comeback at home. Nice stat to compare to Tua. Francisco, there's no comparison at all. Jalen Hurts can't hold Tua's jock. Jalen Hurts is a runner. He's not a third of the passer Tua is. That's why Tua put him on the bench and went and won the national title. That's why Jalen Hurts had to transfer, my man. Jalen Hurts is a fantastic human being, a great athlete. He's going to work hard as hell, but he's a half-decent passer. He's not the passer that Tua is. There is zero comparisons there. Zero. Okay? What saves Hurts is his legs. What saves Lamar Jackson is his legs. That's what saves their arms, because they're not good enough to beat you from the pocket on a consistent basis. That's the problem with those kind of quarterbacks. So they need the legs. Any quarterback that needs the legs to win in order to be a quarterback, you're not even close to Tua. You're nowhere near Tua. You've got to be Russell Wilson, not this one, younger version, to say, okay, yeah, this is better than Tua, because you've got the athlete and the passer. Kyler Murray has it. He just hasn't put it together yet, but he's a passer. He's a quarterback that has athleticism. That's the difference. So Jalen Hurts, in his wildest dreams, could never be the passer that Tua is. Those are the facts, Alaric says, closer to the Browns game where there wasn't a question in the second half versus other three when they were never due to being within a score at the end. Well, Alaric, I knew that's what was coming. You're setting yourself up for failure. Okay? Do you know why? Because you're giving an uneducated suggestion. So let me ask you something. How's a team supposed to be dominant when you can't replace Brandon Jones and you're playing with your 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th corners? How are they supposed to be dominant? How are you supposed to be dominant when your number one corner is playing with 2 growing injuries and X is clearly not himself? The only guy is Javon Holland. So explain to me how anybody's going to be dominant on defense. A friend of mine said the other day, and by the way, I do this to my friends. I do this to anybody. I will bluntly tell you, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Okay? So I had a friend of mine that said, oh, well, no, it's up to the Dolphins. They need to play up to their talent. And I'm like, yeah, what is their talent? I'm sorry, I must have missed it. Is X and Byron Jones playing shutdown corner at this point in time? Is Brandon Jones roaming the strong safety spot? I must have missed it. Is Nick Needham playing live with it? The Browns you dominated because it's jabroni. You're not going to play a jabroni all the time. You're going to play an Aaron Rodgers. Even Garoppolo, who I'm not necessarily afraid of, he's a way more competent quarterback than jabroni. There's a reason why you played the way you played. Because you played the Cleveland Browns. They're not that good. You got to look at things for what they really are. This is not a team that's going to dominate. They cannot dominate. They can dominate offensively, but defensively, you guys need to wake up. You don't have a great defense. Do you understand that? Do you all understand that? The Dolphins don't have a great defense. What they have are gutsy players that will fight to the end, and they'll find ways to make plays, but they're going to bend all kinds of ways, dude. Okay? They're going to bend like you're having sex with a gymnast. All right? Because Lord knows that if you've had sex with a gymnast, it is fun. Positions everywhere. All kinds of twists and turns you could never expect. But this is the way this Dolphin defense is going to be. So there is going to be no dominance. You're going to give up points. You're going to make mistakes. Your secondary is not great. You don't have Madison and Surtain, and you don't have X and Byron. You don't even have X. The guy that's playing out there right now is not the X you've been spoiled with. It's an injured, slowed down X that they're attacking. So how in the world are you going to be dominant, my friends? Think about that. You cannot. So, Alaric, you are going to let yourself down because you put unrealistic expectations on the team when it's your fault, not theirs. We're going to have to live with a team that's going to be gritty on defense. You hope there are timely sacks. You will hope there are timely turnovers, but they're going to bend all kinds of ways. They're going to give up yards. They're going to give up drives. I've told you over and over again, adjust your thinking. You are no longer where you've been the last 25 years. Defense bailing out the offense, defense bailing out the offense, defense bailing out the offense. Those days are done. This defense cannot bail you out. The offense will bail you out. You hope that the defense makes enough plays for you to win a game. Now, if you're playing a sorry-ass quarterback like Jabroni, then of course you're going to have better chances. But if you're playing respectable quarterbacks down the stretch, they're going to make plays. It's just the way it is. Look at the stats. They don't lie. There's a 10-game sample size right now. Secondary gets toasted. That's just the way it is. It sucks, but live with it. Understand when you sit down and watch a Dolphins game, do not expect the Dolphins defense to become the 70s defense. Don't even expect them to be the Killer Bees. Don't expect them to be the, early 2000s Dolphins, because under Jimmy, they still had not gotten there yet. It's with the Wannstedt years where it was when that defense was at its best, when you had Agunlier and all the other guys and Trace and Bromell and Mixon opposite of Jason Taylor constantly every year. You kept adding a guy and all that stuff. Those were the best years for them of that defense. This defense isn't that. And you better come to grips with the reality of it really, really quick. Do not sit there thinking that you got some doomsday type of defense or steel curtain or some shit like that. What you have is one of the better offenses in the NFL, if not the best offense in the NFL. That's what you got to hang your hat on. And by the way, what's this game about? It's about offense. Make some plays on defense. It'd be nice to have a shutdown defense, but that's just not the case. Sebastian Ramirez, thank you. Team looks good. Big O, go Fins. Hell yeah. True Fin fan says, how right you've been, my bro. Glad to have you. Thank you, True Fin fan. Very nice of you. Very, very nice of you. Oh, look out. Somebody sent me some Bitcoin. Yeah, Frank Ghazi. Thank you, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very nice of you. He says, thanks for reading my comment. Well, of course. Why wouldn't I read your comment? I mean, I can't get to all of them because there's a shit ton of people there. But yeah, definitely, man. Definitely read your comments. Thank you. Remember, you can send a donation through Cash App or Venmo. But specifically on Cash App, you can send me Bitcoin, which, that's my favorite donation of all. That gets that gets a little arousal with me when you send a little Bitcoin. That I absolutely love. So thank you. Thank you, my friend. Very nice of you. What else do we have going on in the world of sports with you all? I'm not putting all my eggs in the Hope bucket. I've been here long enough to know it's a crapshoot. No, Alaric, it's not a crapshoot. We got a good team, bro. We got a good team. I have a lot of faith in this team, but I kind of know who they are. I love their offense. Special teams is kind of shaky, right? Let's be honest now. We don't screw around on this show. We talk exactly what we see, okay? You got the guy that's playing the best quarterback in the NFL right now. I didn't say he's the best quarterback. He's playing like the best quarterback right now. He's just playing. His numbers are the best, and it's in every situation, you name it, he's there, okay? And and by the way, Ryan Smith from Pro Football Focus, I guess. I'm not necessarily a PFF fan, but there are times that, where I'm not a PFF fan is the grades per game and all that, because they don't know the situations, the players they were facing, how injured one player was, what the call was. There's a lot of things that go into it where I don't believe in player grades from games. Those things for me are not necessarily accurate. These kind of stats, these next-gen stats, are the ones. And you know what I love? I love crushing Tua narratives. You know that. I love crushing Tua narratives, right? Oh, he's not tough enough. No, you asshole. He just comes back from a hip injury and ankle, and he'll come back from a concussion and throw a touchdown. Yeah, no, of course not. Oh, he can't handle tough coaching. No, you idiot. He got coached by Saban. He can't throw the deep ball. Yeah, well, he's the best deep ball thrower right now in the NFL. Whatever. It just, he's not clutch. Well, he's number one in the NFL on 3rd and 4th downs. Suck on that. You know what I'm saying? Oh, he can't run a high-powered offense. Guess what? He's running the most high-powered offense right now in the NFL. All Tua narratives crushed constantly, right? What's the other narrative that we get? Well, it's the offense. It's the receivers. It's Mike McDaniel, the genius. Well, Ryan Smith, let's give you a little love, sir. I like the stat. 37.7% of Tua's passing yards this season after the catch. It's the lowest percentage for any QB through 10 weeks, minimum of 125 dropbacks. So the yards are coming from the throw, not from the yak. Oh, okay. So he's getting less yak than everybody else. Oh, I see. Must be the throw. Must be the ball placement. Must be the anticipatory skills. Oh, so you don't need to throw it for 150 yards? I got you, arm queens. I love crushing Tua narratives. I love it. It's fine. And we told everybody that he was a franchise guy. You don't want to believe it? That's fine. Narrative crushed. So it just comes out over and over, like all these people just, brother, just give the kid the love that he deserves. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with saying this guy is playing out of his mind? This guy's playing like one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. Is it really that hard to figure out? Seriously. That's the part that, I can't understand. All right, give me 2 minutes. Cameron Wolf is going to join us. We're going to talk a little Miami Dolphins with our KSDT CPA, Miami Dolphins, and NFL report. That is next.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys? Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmiths in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business. Car key replacements and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, Get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
Statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
We're back. We're back. We're going to be joined now by Cam, Yudi, Christopher. Thank you for the love on the super chat. And you got me the stickers, holding the trophy. Thank you. So that's Tua holding the MVP, the Super Bowl MVP trophy in Arizona. Sean and myself, we are ready to roll out to Arizona. You know, Sean, more and more people are reaching out to me on DMs and on tweets and all that. And they obviously listen to the show and they're like, yo, I'm about to go rent a hotel or house any week now and join you over there in Arizona. Jeff Welt from Welton and Rayom, obviously great law firm in South Florida. I'm telling you, brother, they made Progressive bent over like a little bitch. All right, so you guys got any damage, you better call Welton Rayom. They are the best. But Jeff is like, man, I think I'm gonna see you in Arizona because a couple more weeks I'm gonna have to get myself a place. I'm getting that more and more from people, and like Leva says right here, enjoy the ride. Fins up. We haven't had a ride like this in a while. We haven't had a team like this in a while. This is fun, man. It's just a lot of fun. So good. Leva says it feels as if we, what was it? What was that? Did I miss the Leva one? Wait a minute. Where's that Leva one? Did I miss the Leva one? I'm sorry, Leva. It feels as if we aged the 1984 team all over again. But if the Bengals made it to the Super Bowl, we have a good chance. Yeah, no, the Niners were just better that year. Leva, thank you for the super chat. I'm sorry I missed it there earlier. If I missed any other ones, please help me out there, Sean, as always, because you're the best. Thank you, sir. What else do we have? Blaming Tua's past deficiencies on lack of talent coaching means you have to attribute his emergence in part to an infusion of talent and coaching. Michael, who wins without talent and coaching? I must have lost that. Who the hell wins with Brian Flores can't build an offensive staff? You got to have a staff, dude. Right? All the 70s teams had Shula, right? Last time I checked. So San Francisco had Bill Walsh, right? And then, you added Young and you added Cross at center and you had all kinds of players all over the place, right? So the common denominator on all great teams is that you have a front office and you have coaching and you have players and you have talent. If you don't, you're the Detroit Lions, dude. I'm sorry, Mike. I must have missed it the year the Lions won the Super Bowl. I must have missed it. I must have missed Archie Manning taking the Saints to the Super Bowl. Doesn't mean he wasn't a hell of a quarterback. I must have missed Steve Bartkowski's deep run and win in the Super Bowl. Doesn't mean he wasn't a good quarterback. Guy was a hell of a quarterback. I might be outdating you there. Andrew Luck, I used to hear this shit all the time from dumbasses. Oh, he plays in a bad division. Yeah, but he's taking garbage to the playoffs, and he beats people in the playoffs because he's good. But he couldn't win a Super Bowl. You're never going to win big. You might surprise people, get into the playoffs. You might be the Cincinnati Bengals, and you make a little run, and then that's it. It's over. But in the end, you're going to have to need coaching. You're going to need talent. And you're going to need the players in order to win it on the front office. I'm sorry, not players. And in order to win the whole thing. You always need that, dude. Nobody gets there without any help. I don't remember that. I remember watching Walter Payton run into walls and run over walls and tear up all the records and look great and not win shit. Because he had Bob Avellini and Vince Evans as quarterbacks. And then came Vince Tobin and Mike Ditka. And all of a sudden, you started to get Willie Gault. And you started to get that Bears defense with all those nasty players in Hampton and Dent and all that stuff. And then guess what happened? You won yourself a Super Bowl. That's the way it is. And by the way, the Bears have not been able to get back. Why? Because they can't find another Jim McMahon. They can't find another Mike Ditka, and they can't find Tobin and company in the front office to build everything up. Come on, man. Let's get realistic here. You're going to win because you have the right combination in the front office, on the sidelines, and on the field. And Tua did not have any of that in the first couple of years. And he, by the way, Michael, still won more than he lost, still threw more touchdowns than interceptions. That's a hell of an accomplishment. Okay? Hell of an accomplishment. Hey, send Cam the link. He finally found the link. Okay, all right, because I know I sent him.
I sent it to him. I sent him another link.
Oh, okay, all right. I know I sent him a damn link. All right, let's do it. Let's bring Cam Wolf aboard in our KSDT CPA Miami Dolphins and NFL report.
We unleash the Wolf Pack as we get the latest in the NFL and the Miami Dolphins with our KSDT CPA Pro Football Report with NFL Network insider Cameron Wolf. KSDT is one of South Florida's largest and one of the country's fastest growing accounting firms. KSDT CPA is a full-service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit them at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370. Here's NFL insider Cameron Wolf.
All right. There he is. How you feeling? You feeling good?
I'm all right, man. Just hanging, doing stuff around the house. How you feeling?
Good. I'm starting to think I have some second email of yours that you never used anymore, and somehow I'm sending links to that one too.
I guess so. I was looking in my email and I couldn't find it, not in the spam, not in the regular. And so I didn't get it. And so I popped in the Sunday chat.
I'm going to take a screenshot of it because I bet you it's an old email that you have, because we all have them. Like,
it's got to be.
You open it, you close, and you just like you never use it.
You might be sending it back to the ESPN email or something.
Yeah, I know. I'm sure if Prodigy is still around, my email is there, and Lycos and Excite, and AOL and
AOL.
You
remember AIM? 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 That was like the
yes, the instant messenger thing.
Yes, exactly.
I created one when I was doing radio, and that stuff came out. I created one so fans could get on there and talk to me while I'm on the air.
Really?
How about that? Yeah, exactly. That was kind of, I started a chat board before chat board. Whoa, wow, we got an earthquake going on. Are you there? You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm trying to have my my phone holder better, so
Nothing
you guys
better than live. You need me to purchase you one? You got a good phone holder there?
I got a solid one. I'm rigging my my TV setup so that I can do it with my phone. I usually do it with my laptop, but my laptop's somewhere in my boxes of stuff while I'm moving. So
you look like that Eagles receiver last night late in the game.
Fumbling the ball.
And you know what? The whole 72 Dolphins thing for me was all bullshit.
Yeah,
I didn't care about that because I knew the Eagles weren't going to go undefeated. So to me, that's the silliness that people are celebrating. To me, I was just having fun that now Tua is the only guy left in the NFL that is undefeated at 7-0 in games he started and finished. That's to me what that game signified, because I didn't care about the 72 thing because there's so many games left. Come on, dude. I've seen better teams than this Eagles team make a challenge for this. The Eagles
absolutely.
team was nice and all that, but they weren't going to go undefeated. Give me a break.
No, absolutely. Briefly on the AIM, my first email, you would have fun with this. My first email address was thebeast141@aim.com. The Beast. I don't know why that was my nickname. I was a football player back, so I felt pretty good about myself. I was like 95 pounds probably when I made that email, but I felt like I was the Beast. And so, but no, I think, officially Tua will have a 7-1 record because they give him the loss from the Bengals game because he started that game. But like you said, 7-0 in games that he started and finished. Hurts obviously lost, so that does give him that moniker. I
can't give him a loss if he didn't finish it either, because
Well, I'm saying it's just how it goes. It's like it's like you're a baseball pitcher, you pitch a gym, and then the bullpen blows it. You don't get the win.
And you don't get the loss either. You don't get the loss either.
That is true. But if you have runners on base and they give up the runs, they count on your docket.
They counted on yours. Right. Then that's when you would get the loss if your offense can't cover it up after. But you are correct on that. But I know if our boy plays, this team's like 9-1 or 10-0 right now. So I don't know. It's here's another. I love crushing Tua narratives. You know that. This has been my orgasm right now for 2 decades now, right? Well, because the everybody that keeps moving the goalposts, it's like, well, no, it's the offense. It's Mike McDaniel. It's the receivers. Well, did you see Ryan Smith from PFF? Did you see his stat?
Yeah.
Did you see the stat?
Yep.
Okay. 37.7% of Tua's passing yards this season after the catch are the lowest percentage of any QB through 10 weeks with a minimum of 125 dropbacks. So the pass is getting more of the yards than the yak overall. Right. So when everybody's talking about, it's the yak and all that, well, guess what? It's, again, there's another narrative that the kid is moving the chains,
Yeah. The thing about it, we talked about it a little bit on Sunday, is that like if you watch him, he's throwing receivers open before they even make their break. And so like he is like his confidence, his timing, his presence and anticipation. I don't know if I've seen a quarterback who's been better in those 4 aspects in the league this year, and that includes Patrick Mahomes. And so I think that Tua is playing tremendous ball, and I think it was dope for the detractors, particularly, to have a game where Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle were not having the video game numbers, and Tua still was feasting. Obviously they have a big impact on the offense. Let's not sugarcoat that. But Tua has been just as big, if not bigger, than any of their impact put together because of how his flow is within the offense and his control of the offense as a whole. So I thought that element of it really took a blow to whatever the narrative is that, hey, it's only Tyreek, or it's only Tyreek and Jalen the reason why Tua's doing this.
And the 2 best throws of this past week, the athlete was there in place,
right?
But both were covered. Okay.
Yeah.
Waddle on the sideline was perfectly covered.
Right.
It's just he threw the most impeccable ball because that's the only throw you can make in that situation to complete that pass. And he made that throw. And the one to Sherfield, he was covered. He just put it over the top where only Sherfield could get it. So, that's where you have to, kind of separate church and state here. Yeah, the talent's doing the job, but dude, the ball placement is right there where you need it. Absolutely. And that's what Tyreek was bragging about in the offseason.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. The most accurate quarterback in the league.
He's running routes. He's going, this dog's throwing me in stride. I'm going to kill it this year, because it's not once, it's not twice, it's 47 straight times that he's throwing it to you in stride. You know what I'm saying? Because the inaccurate quarterback, once in a while he'll get it right, but more often than not, you're coming back, you're turning around for the ball, you're making it, you're slowing down in the process. And as you know, in this league, just a millisecond, that's all you need for a defender to close the gap, and you're done. And so that's why, throwing and threading it the right way is so important in this league. This week, what would you work on if you're the head coach of the Miami Dolphins? What are you working on during the bye week?
Yeah, I think I would probably start on the defensive side of the ball and just say, hey, they had a really good game this past week. But I think that what they're going to be really challenged on, particularly in December and January football, is can you cover with the defensive backs and the pass rush that you currently have? And so I would try to figure out my personnel and what I have in the defensive back group, because it is what it's going to be at this point. I'm not expecting or counting on Byron Jones to be back. So you're looking at, Xavier, Cater, you're looking at Keon Crossing, you're looking at Justin Bethel and Noah. And so you look at those 5 guys, how can we maximize the talent in that group? The safety group, obviously you're not having Brandon Jones. You got a mixture of Eric Rowe and Vern McKinley. What can I do to maximize this group? Does it mean we're playing more zone coverage? How can we get better in that? Can we play man? Can we play a certain element of man where we can still succeed with these guys? And then pass rush wise, obviously no Emmanuel Ogbah for the rest of the season. So what type of defensive fronts are we going through where we have a little bit of smaller pass rush guys and, Bradley Chubb and Andrew Van Ginkel and, Melvin Ingram sort of taking on a mixture of more snaps in that Emmanuel Ogbah role. Maybe you play Zach Sealer a little bit more and play him on the outside, or Christian Wilkins playing that 3-4 defensive end at times as well. So to me, it's figuring out how your personnel works on that defensive side of the ball. And then offense, there's not much to fix. I think you just solidify that offensive line, that 5 as your group, and say, hey, you're our guys until proven otherwise, and continue to get that run game. We saw a big taste of Jeff Wilson and Raheem Mostert having their best game as a running team behind that O-line. Keep running that football, because as we talked about Sunday, that makes you multi-dimensional. And if you're a team that you don't know if you're going to run the ball downhill with Jeff Wilson, if you're going to pass the ball to Tyreek or Jalen Waddle, or if you're going to hand it on the outside to Raheem Mostert, that makes you one of the most unpredictable and best offenses in football. And so I would continue to harp on that on the offensive side of the ball.
What are you hearing? Any kickers coming in today?
No, I haven't heard any kickers coming in. I think the Dolphins are going to stick with Jason Sanders. And, we talked about it. I would bring in kickers. I would definitely, see what's going on and at least put some pressure on him, because Jason's missed a lot of kicks this season that he should make. But the coach has trust in him, and you gotta hope.
Well, he said the right things, but then he followed up with, "Well, we always do our due diligence in every position."
Exactly.
So
And I think
he kind of left the door open in the back end.
And I think that sort of thing sort of says, "Hey, we believe you're going to get it right, but you better get it right." Like we come out here in this Houston game and you missed another extra point, that might be the final straw. Like I think it goes from, "Hey, we're not worried at all," to "We hope and we believe he can fix it, but he's got to show it to us," sort of deal. So, maybe you and I might have already been like, "Hey, we're done." He might be getting closer to that point, but maybe not there yet.
What I would do is I would find somebody I can stash on the practice squad.
Yeah.
And have them work out for the next couple of weeks with Sanders.
Yeah.
And
having a kicking contest, essentially, right?
And listen, if he's too fragile to handle that, then you got the wrong kicker.
No, it's competition. So, you have competition at every spot. So
exactly.
I have absolutely no problem with that. You have 16 practice squad spots. I'm sure one of the guys in your practice squad can be expendable enough to save a spot for a kicker. And if Jason kicks better and you don't need him, then you cut him after a few weeks. It doesn't really do you any harm. So yeah, I'm with it. That's what I would do. But like I said, you and I are not the head coach of the Dolphins. So whatever Mike does, he does.
But I'm kind of intrigued by that, because I would have at least got some competition at least. Okay, I get it. He's been a very good kicker, but this shit started last year with him, and it's continued into this year. And this is a league, somebody was saying, "Oh, I'd like the Dolphins to come back out of the bye week and be dominant." And I'm like, dude, their defense is impossible to be dominant with all those injuries. They're going to bend, and you just hope that they don't break and they find ways to make plays. But there's not going to be a dominant team. And so, because this NFL is so crazy, because the Commanders can beat the Eagles, because, who just beat the Bills?
The Vikings.
No. Before that, somebody, a bad team.
The Jets.
The Jets beat the Bills, right? And
although the Jets beat the Dolphins too.
Yeah, but they beat two backups.
Yeah.
The Jets have won a lot of games against backup quarterbacks.
They have.
Yeah, they've gotten a lot of breaks. I'm just not that big a believer of the Jets, and especially without Breece Hall, I think that's a major. Right. But my point is, the Packers will lose to the Lions. You're going to be stuck in some close games, whether you like it or not, because that's this league. And then that's where I'm worried about Jason Sanders, because it's going to happen, Doggy. It might happen towards the end of the regular season, or it might happen in the playoffs. And if he fails at that moment, you're going to be kicking yourself in the ass, because you've been watching this message sent to you since last year, and you did nothing about it.
Yeah, so you got to be able to trust your kicker, man. It's a huge value. You saw it last night. I mean, Washington's kicker kicked a 55-yard field goal, made it, and a 58-yard field goal. They win that game essentially by 6 points outside of the late touchdown, because their kicker can make a 55-plus yard field goal. There's maybe 5 or 6 teams in the league who probably feel good about their kicker kicking 55-plus, and I don't think the Dolphins are one of them. So, you want to feel good about your exactly.
He can't hit 50.
Right.
He's over in the 50 category.
Yeah. And so the kicker, as we know, that's such a confidence position. Some of it's skill, but a lot of these guys, they're here because they have the ability to make it. It's a mental. If you start missing it, do you lose the guy? Do you lose it? Do you lose them? And if you lose them, that's your word, because sometimes you'll see guys shank 4 extra points in a row because it's in their head, And so, they got to get that right. And if not, then they got to move on.
Josh Allen, is he missing Brian Daboll? 20 touchdowns, 10 interceptions.
That's a good question, but
as well. And yet Brian Daboll is getting the max out of what I think is a much lesser quarterback with the New York Giants. So you tell me, what's real, what's Memorex?
Yeah, so Brian Daboll was excellent for Josh Allen. This is the first time in Josh Allen's career that he hasn't had that stability of Daboll, McDermott, and Ken Dorsey. Now he just has Ken Dorsey and McDermott. And so it's clearly a factor. But I will say, early part of the season, the first 4 or 5 games, they were looking good with Ken Dorsey. I honestly think that this is more on Allen than it is on the coaching. I think that Allen is in a situation where maybe he's reverting to some bad tendencies. Maybe that's part of that's coaching. But too often late in games, you're seeing him force plays that he had got better at not forcing. 10 interceptions so far this year leads the NFL for Josh Allen. He's struggling a lot in late games. And this is something that's traveled with the Bills for a while. I mentioned it on TV earlier this year, and a lot of people were like, it doesn't matter. It does matter. The Bills are 2-8 in one-score games dating back to the start of last year. That's just a game that's a team that is struggling to find a way to win close games. They either blow you out or they lose close games, and they have the talent to blow you out. But what happens if you're in that nasty game? They've had a lot of injuries on the defensive side of the ball, like we've seen in Miami. And so they have a 33-30 game. That might have been a 33-14 game if they had all their defense, but you don't. And so can you get that last drive with all the pressure on you? Allen had a chance and he threw a pick. And so to me, that's Allen maybe more than it is the coaching.
Yeah, and they're not running the ball nearly as dominant as they have been in the past.
Yeah. Even with Josh Allen. Josh Allen hasn't been running the ball as effectively. And so they've been using Devin Singletary. He's had some spurts, but not a lot of consistency there. And, their defensive backs in particular have been getting exposed. Justin Jefferson went for almost 200 yards last game. And, this is a team that, I think Stephon Diggs said it after the game. They're blinking a little bit. They're blinking in the face of pressure. And so it's not all over. I think they have plenty of talent. I think they're going to be there at the end. But everybody was crowning them. And I think it's, you're seeing that it's a little too early to crown them because they have a lot of things to work out.
All right, 2 things before I let you go. Austin Jackson, what do we know? You got a whole bye week. Does it look like he'll come back after the bye week for the Houston game?
Yes. He actually was active this past week. He was active as an active player just on the bench. And so I think that, he may not have been fully 100% healthy, but I anticipate after the bye 2 weeks from now, he'll be fully ready to go health-wise. And then it's up to the Dolphins' decision.
That's what I mean by
and
are they going to insert him or do you not mess with what you got going on?
From what I understand, they're going to stick with their starting 5 until something changes. Maybe, somebody has an incredible practice week, somebody gets hurt, somebody struggles, that creates change. But I think they like what they saw this past week, and I don't think there's a rush for them to change anything up front.
All right, and then finally, what do we know about Byron Jones, bro?
No update means the same as it's been throughout. I don't think they're expecting, I would say, here's how I would say it. I would think that they would take it as a pleasant surprise if Byron Jones came back and contributed anything to them this season.
Have you seen him in the last month in the locker room when you're there?
I haven't.
Okay.
I haven't seen him. I've seen him from time to time on game days, walking out in street clothes with the team. So I know he is here. He's alive. He's not.
He's alive. He's
of
alive.
Our imagination. But I have not seen him much in the locker room. To be fair, I haven't been in the locker room consistently, but I have not seen him in the locker room in probably over a month.
All right, good stuff. What do you got going on this week? I know the Dolphins are off, but they don't allow you to slack.
No,
what do you do this week?
No, man. They're gonna get their money's worth regardless. And so I'll be doing TV here from home tomorrow and Friday on NFL Network from 1 to 3. And so you'll see me there. And then I actually have to go up. Got to look in my coat closet because I got to go to Buffalo this week and do the Buffalo-Cleveland game. And so I had to knock some cobwebs off my coats and drink my orange juice and vitamins. I don't know. I think they figure, hey, you're the guy who always gets the warm weather. I do not apologize for it. And so they're giving me, a dose of what I guess everybody else gets. So yeah, it's
you give them a bad stock tip or something?
No. I feel like I've been doing good work. I did 2 games for him last week. I did Thursday Night Football and then still covered the Sunday Dolphins game. So you figure that hard work gets rewarded with a nice warm weather team. But here's the thing. Here's the odd thing about this week. All the Florida teams are on byes. Miami, Tampa, and Jacksonville all on byes. And then the other team,
How about New Orleans?
I think they're on the road. And then Tennessee's on the road, Thursday Night Football in Green Bay, which I did not want to go to either. And so really a lot of the Southern teams, they're not home this week, and so they just send me up the road, and up the road is Buffalo.
Okay, wow, that's well, go visit Niagara Falls or something. I mean,
I may go to Niagara
you know what I do when I go to Buffalo? I go to Toronto.
I may do that. I may bring my passport up there Saturday and see if I can spend a Saturday up in Toronto or Niagara Falls.
Well, it's like a 45-minute drive or something. It's not that bad.
Yeah.
You know, that's what I would do when I would go to Buffalo. It's like, like the late great Mad Dog would say, "Ma'am, give me a room without a view." And so that's you don't want a view of Buffalo. Just get in the car and get your ass out to Toronto and have a great time, because that is a killer town. Toronto. Follow them on Twitter.
I've actually never been to Toronto, so I may check it out.
Seriously, dude?
No.
Oh, you got to go, man.
Yeah.
You got to go. Back in the day, we had some guys, I'm not going to say who they are, but they were big on coming back with some aspirins from there, because apparently they could get some just regular aspirin. It's no drugs or anything. It's just one guy suffered from headaches, and he goes, dude, the aspirin they have here, I don't know what the hell it was, that they don't sell it in the U.S., and so he would smuggle it back across and take it home. And it's just aspirin, but it was just like the weirdest thing that he would buy there. And I was like, all right, dude, I'll take your word for it, I guess. You know, Excedrin works for me, you know, but that's to each his own, man. We're all different. All right, my brother, be safe in your travels and enjoy Toronto.
Absolutely.
You got it.
I actually like the wings in Buffalo. I'm going to go check them out.
Apparently Marcel says you don't go to Anchor Bar, you go other places.
No, Bar Bill, I think, one of the spots that's been recommended. So
there you go.
I don't mind.
Don't just when you're around Marcel, if you want to really piss him off, just tell him Anchor Bar has the greatest wings in the world, and he'll just lose his shit right there on you. Okay, just do that. All right,
my guy.
You got it. There you go, the great Cameron Wolf. And when we talk about KSDT CPAs, they do it all. Of course, they're going to do your taxes. They're going to do an amazing job, too. They're going to help your business out, too. Forensic evaluation, business evaluation, management advisory services. They've got so many things. They've got the healthcare advisory, property management, wealth management, valuation. When it comes to tax, they do domestic and international tax. You name it, from estate and gift tax planning, state and local tax planning, payroll, sales, you name it, international taxation, payroll issue management. They do assurance. They do it all. And they've got 3 offices in South Florida, Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach counties. Tell them that Big O sent you. I promise you, your business will be in a much better standing once you call KSDT and allow them to help you make your business even more efficient than it is right now. 305-670-3370. That's 305-670-3370. And they do so well in really analyzing what's coming up in the market, what's going to happen down the line, 3 to 6 months to a year down the line. They really help their clients prepare their businesses for some of the downfalls that are coming in the economy and those kind of things. Please call the people at KSDT CPAs. They really understand that they've got a crypto department. So for those of you that are crypto investors like myself, when you do your taxes at the end of the year, well, you've got to now add also your crypto. You got to have people that know and understand crypto. KSDT does too. 305-670-3370. Offices in Dadeland, in Weston, and in West Palm Beach. KSDT CPAs.
This has been the KSDT CPA Pro Football Report with NFL insider Cameron Wolf. KSDT is recognized by Forbes as one of the top tax accounting firms for 2022. KSDT CPA is a full-service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit them at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370.
You know, True Fan, you bring up a very interesting super chat there. You said, am I wrong for thinking Bill Walsh is the GOAT? You know, now that we assess everything with Belichick, no. Because Bill Walsh was a guy that got it done with 2 quarterbacks. Now, the second quarterback didn't end up winning the title with him, but he would have, of course. We all know that God, what's the guy's name that was that took over for Walsh that he left him? Oh God, I'm forgetting the guy's name now. I can remember him right now. He had he won that title, but then he went Seifert. That's it, Seifert. Thank you. And he then went to another stop, and he looked like a clown. And you couldn't figure that everything was. It's kind of like the guy in Dallas from Oklahoma, Switzer. Switzer's a clown. He would have never won anything in the NFL. Jimmy Johnson left him a ready-made team for the Super Bowl, and they ended up winning. So, Dion and everybody else, this is Barry's team. No, it's not. That's Jimmy's team. Okay? Give me an effing break. Get the hell out of here. And so I look at Bill Walsh, and he built it with Montana. Won it the first year with Montana, Greg Cooper, Freddie Solomon at wide receiver, and Dwight Clark was the tight end. So he had that elite, but everything else wasn't necessarily elite, and they still won it. And then they went on to win a couple more titles, and he acquired Steve Young. And then remember, Bill Walsh was in Cincinnati with Paul Brown developing the West Coast offense. So Bill Walsh, obviously Paul Brown was the mastermind of it because they couldn't run the ball. So they had to offset the running game with a short passing game, which the West Coast offense was born in Cincinnati, not in San Francisco. It got its fame in San Francisco because it came with titles. It came with Joe Montana. So then it was something that then everybody else started to use. But the elements of the West Coast offense came from the Cincinnati Bengals in the 60s. And Bill Walsh, along with Paul Brown, obviously the mastermind, but Bill Walsh was the offensive coordinator, and he's the guy that helped Paul Brown create that offense. So he creates an offense that influences so many after that. That's GOAT-like. Then you go to San Francisco and make San Francisco a dynasty. That's GOAT-like. And you do it with multiple quarterbacks. That's GOAT-like. And while Belichick has more titles individually than Bill Walsh does, what Bill has accomplished is probably more impressive because of the impact it's had on football overall with the West Coast offense, and then doing it with 2 quarterbacks. I know the second one in a way. Belichick has shown me so far, he's a great defensive mind, and he did a great job with Brady. But I'm almost at the point now where I'm giving Brady slightly more credit for keeping that dynasty alive than Belichick in a way. Belichick had to manage it, but Brady still is the guy. And then since Brady left, you are unimpressive. And you can't find another quarterback. And that's where I can't, unless you show me that wasn't a fluke, where I know Bill Walsh said, no, I'm trading for Steve Young. I know that's real. I don't care what you guys are seeing in Tampa. I'm going to trade for him. He's not bad. Because, he's coming from the USFL, from the LA Express. So maybe you're in the NFL and you're kind of poo-pooing the USFL. And then he goes to Tampa and he looks like crap. And Bill Walsh still trades for him. And the guy goes on to become, a great quarterback. So the eye for the talent also. I don't have a problem with somebody that says Bill Walsh. I don't have a problem with somebody that says Belichick. So if you want to look at it that way, I might lean with you, True Fin fan. I still might go with Belichick with Walsh over Belichick because of all the other things that came with it, the coaching side of it, how his offense influenced so many other coaches from there on out. So I'll go Bill Walsh. I don't have a problem with that. Let's see. Not to mention that Walsh's coaching tree, oh yeah, that's true, has bared some seriously impressive fruit. Belichick's tree is rotten. You're right. We've got Mike Holmgren. We've got Dennis Green. We've got Mariota. We've got Gruden came off of Holmgren's tree, not Walsh's. But then Holmgren also had a little bit of a tree too that helped him. So it came off of Walsh. But you're correct. It's a very good point on your part, Carlos, that he also was able to breed franchise coaches too for other people. Yep. Joe Gibbs is a GOAT too. Yes, I would, as I've always said, Howard, the greatest accomplishment is not Don Shula 17-0. Let me just piss lots of people off like I always do. The greatest accomplishment ever is Joe Gibbs. He won 3 Super Bowl titles with 3 different quarterbacks, and none of them Hall of Famers. That's the greatest accomplishment of all time. And you are correct. I can put Joe Gibbs in front of Bill Belichick because his system produced 3 titles with 3 different quarterbacks, none of them Hall of Famers. So that proved to you that what he did was the way he looked at football was better. And then you go see what he's done in racing. So, yeah, that's a great one, too. Sam Weish. That's right. But Sam Weish, the funny part was Sam Weish came from the Bill Walsh tree, right? Sam Weish was also the quarterback for those Cincinnati Bengals. The ones that were developing the West Coast offense in the 60s at the end of the run for the AFL. Because remember, the Bengals and the Dolphins came in towards the end of the AFL run before it merged with the NFL. They came in 66, and in 69, the full merger took over. And so they were the final teams that came in pretty much to the AFL. And during that time, Bob Trumpy, the announcer, was the tight end. Bill Walsh was the offensive coordinator. And Sam Weish was the quarterback of that team at that time. Interesting. So then Sam Weish goes over with Bill Walsh and becomes an assistant coach. And you are correct, another assistant coach under Bill Walsh that had success and was a good coach. Good job by you, by the way. The only Tua argument that I agree on is for Tua to stay healthy, which is common sense. But ESPN, because it missed some. Oh, well, I don't know. I don't care about ESPN. That is the asterisk that it takes for me. 3 Super Bowls with no Hall of Fame QB. That is a joke. That is the best argument. Yeah, I mean, that's the greatest accomplishment ever in pro football history is Joe Gibbs. And for me, it's not even up for discussion. Nothing. I don't care what the 17-0 team did. All right. More impressive is to win 3 Super Bowl titles with 3 quarterbacks that aren't Hall of Famers. That is just absolutely amazing. Yes, Mariucci also was in that tree. I think I mentioned them. I thought I mentioned them. Leon Fresco. Wow. What was not aspirin? Tylenol 22. I think that's what it was. I think it was a Tylenol with codeine. I think you're right, actually. Wait a minute. Yes, because you need a prescription for it in the United States, and there you didn't. I think that's what it was. Yes, Tylenol with codeine. Yeah. Dude, this was like 25 years ago. It's a long time ago. So I don't remember exactly. You know, I'm not going to say the reporters because it was more than one, actually. It's 2 guys. But, yeah. Yeah. You won't figure it out. Lots of reporters used to go back in the day. So don't worry about it. And anyways, it's just aspirin. Who gives a shit? You know, but I understood that. You know, I used to get bad headaches, but Excedrin for me has always been money in the bank, dude. And I think sometimes our DNAs are all different, so things work differently for everybody else. Steve M, thank you for the love on Venmo, although I'm sure it's going to be something negative. Here we go. I noticed you haven't mentioned the FTX owner was the Democrats' second biggest donor who appeared to use his money to get powerful Democrats to keep regulators off his back. That would seem to be worse than Walker paying for abortions, would it not? Actually, Steve, see, here's the problem about talking shit, Steve. Okay, and thanks for the Venmo. I appreciate you, my brother. Do you know that I mentioned that Sam Bankman-Fried was the biggest donor for Biden over a year ago? You know, you got to listen every day, my brother. I talked about this before it was even news. Do you know why? I follow crypto. One of the things that I talked about is the government, especially on the Biden side, will eventually help the crypto market because Sam Bankman-Fried was his biggest donor, Steve. Okay? And Herschel Walker is still a scumbag, just like Sam Bankman-Fried, my brother. The fact that you're trying to defend Herschel Walker, that's fucking embarrassing. Okay? So when you're without the information, Steve, bro, don't type it. Don't send it. I've been saying about Sam Bankman-Fried being the biggest donor for Biden for almost 2 years. It's probably about a year and a half. You can go back. It's all on YouTube, man. It's all on SoundCloud, Spotify, iTunes, Stitcher. I can't erase anything that I say. It's all there. Sean, did you ever make a segment of me talking about Sam Bankman-Fried being the top donor for Biden? You probably did, right? One of my crypto segments?
I'm sure probably one of the crypto corners or something, yeah.
Yeah. I talked about it many times, that Sam Bankman-Fried, my man. Steve, my brother, have the facts before you actually talk. Okay? And please don't defend Herschel Walker. My God, don't be a party zombie, bro. Be objective. And I hope you're not behind Trump either, because the Republicans are going to lose badly. They lost to lying Hillary by 3 million. They lost to Sleepy Joe by 7 million. If they keep going with the orange hair man, they'll lose by 10 to 12 million. It'll be a bigger landslide. Okay? They get DeSantis, they got a shot to win it all. They go with Trump, they will sink like all his midterm lackeys, including your boy Herschel Walker. Steve, know the facts, my brother, before you come to the table on this show, because this show talks about the facts. And remember, I'm not a party zombie. I don't care about Democrats or Republicans. I call it like I see it. I don't care about either side. You're the one that cares about it so much that you would defend one of the dumbest human beings ever in Herschel Walker. Because, of course, he says that China pushed their air over to us and we're smelling and breathing their air, and that we gave our good air to China. But that's who you want to vote for, my man. That's who you want to defend. Steve, this is not the show to try to be a smartass. You will get crushed on this show if you don't have the facts. But I appreciate the donation on Venmo, Steve. Thank you so much. I'm not the talk show host, bro. You want a challenge. I'm just not the guy. Don't do it. It's not going to come out well for you. Okay? You better have the facts. You better know what the hell you're talking about before you come after me. Okay? You better be well armed. All right? Because I'm better armed than Russia and Ukraine combined. Big O will flame you if you don't come correct. Yes. And just because you make a donation is not going to stop me from hammering the crap out of you, because then you assume you know something when you don't know jack shit. Oh, lordy. Oh, and by the way, just so you'll know, Steve M., Sam Bankman-Fried's girlfriend, her dad was Gary Densler's boss. You know who Gary Densler is? Yeah, that guy. That guy that's trying to regulate stuff in our country, well, him and Bankman-Fried were probably working behind the scenes together. So we'll find out how much, if they investigate into Gary Densler and what he's been doing. Okay? Dirty ass SEC. All right. Bitcoin, crypto, more than ever. That's the future. Republicans took money from FTX2. No, who cares about that, bro? Who gives a shit? Republicans and Democrats, they're all dirty, bro. What are you trying to do, Emilio? You're another butthurt Democrat? Huh, my brother? Yeah, I got Steve M, a butthurt Republican, and you a butthurt Democrat. What are you guys trying to defend your parties? They both suck. Okay? All right? They're both clown shows. So until you take your extremes out from each side, both of them are going to go down in flames, and they're just taking our country with it. So please don't go defending Democrats and don't go defending Republicans. All right? Please. It's the funny part is any of you actually think your side's got it right when both sides are the problem to everything that we've got going on. So be smart enough if you're a Democrat to know your party's all effed up. And if you're a Republican, be smart enough to know that your party is totally screwed up too. Come on, man. Give me a break. It's just a joke here how just one side or the other just wants to think like they're superior or they know better or nothing. And all you're watching is our country go straight down the freaking drain. It's a joke. It really is. Big O, when is Tua eligible to get the bag he deserves for putting up the Dolphin franchise? In another year. In the middle of year 4, I would think you'll start seeing a negotiation go on because I think this offseason will be, unless they win it all this year, but if they don't win it all this year and they make a deep run, I think next year will be another run of trying to, make a Super Bowl run and add whatever you can. And then the following year, cap hell hits that they have to now negotiate his contract and several others, by the way, because Waddle's going to come up, right? Jalen Phillips is going to come up. You know what I'm saying? So you got a lot of contracts that are going to be coming up over the next couple of years. Javon Holland, because Javon Holland's a second-round pick. So he's also going to need a contract after year 3 because you're not going to you will not allow Javon Holland to play year 4 without a contract because that's not a good situation for the player. Because he suffers an injury, then he doesn't get his money. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of things coming up, but I kind of get the feeling because of Flo setting this team back in the first 2 years, you couldn't get a feel for the offense at all. Now you've got a feel for the offense, but I think you're going to try to make an all-out run this year and next year. And that's what they did this year with all the moves they made. And I think they'll do it one more time this offseason to kind of finish what they need. And then after that starts a serious reset. And be prepared because it's not going to be easy. It's going to be tough for them. All right. Big O, isn't it ironic? We beat the Skins in the 72 Super Bowl and they prevented the perfect season. I hope our O-line can play like this. Little Kuchenberg, Langer, etc. Would be nice. It would be nice. Would be really, really nice. All right, let's take a quick break. Let me rest the voice here. Do want to tell you about Slomin's Home Shield. We love talking about Alarmo and the great people at Slomin's. 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. And right now, first 40 Big O listeners, we're in 14 different states. We're going to give you a free doorbell camera, 1-800-ALARM-ME. Right now, you're going to love that doorbell camera. You can keep up with everything going on in the home, right? Anybody that's at the front door, if you want to talk to them, you can. If you don't, stay on the couch watching television, and they'll walk away because you know exactly who's there. If they're delivering food, you don't want to see or contact with them, just leave it right there. You can tell them through the doorbell camera. It's a beautiful thing, man, the doorbell camera. And what you're going to love is it's connected to your smartphone. All the cameras in your home, depending on how many you want to put. You want to put one inside, you can do it. We have one inside for our dogs. Got to keep up with the dogs. You know what I'm saying? And then we have the cameras outside. So even when you're not home, you're there. You're at a party. You want to check and see if everything's all right. pull up your camera, boom, boom, boom. You forgot to turn on the alarm. Turn on the alarm from the phone. Your hands are full when you pull in to the house. You know how it is, balancing the key, and then you got to, turn off the alarm. Grab your phone, turn off the alarm, walk in with your hands full. You don't have to worry about the alarm going off. It's a beautiful thing, man. 1-800-ALARM-ME. And when you, by the way, use our professional installation on our low-cost central station monitoring, you're going to get an LED touchscreen pad, a motion detector, 3-arm doors, and a backup battery. Tell them that Big O sent you. You'll get that free doorbell camera. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Hey, call the company that's been protecting Americans for over 100 years. The Sloman's Home Shield.
Oh, great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Sloman's, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646. When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CS, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at Caneswear.com or InnerMiamiWear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
The viewpoints, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Welcome back, folks, and joining us once again. And, last time we got a lot of great information, a lot of great questions from you all on the chat board. Dr. Cedral is with us again from redrecover.com. Dr. Francisco Cedral, good morning, sir. How are you doing?
Good morning. How are you doing?
Excellent, excellent. And Dr. Cedral, by the way, has a master's and a PhD in neuroscience and postdoctorate in health science. He specializes in integrative therapies and neurobiology of pain and inflammation. And, of course, kind enough to join us now to talk a little bit about Red Recover and red light therapy and the history behind it and some of the some of the positives and some of the things listen, I tell you all the time, you go to redrecover.com, use our code Big O, you will get 10% off. Those of you living with pain, this is what we're trying to help you with, because as we get older, wear and tear on our bodies, weekend warriors, playing your softball games, playing your, whatever it is that you play, tennis, racquetball, pickleball, right? Is that other one nowadays?
That's the big one.
Yeah, that's the big one. And so we all develop some injuries. Maybe you have an older surgery that has kind of caused some issues down the line. All these things, red light therapy has been helping a lot of our listeners out with back issues, neck, elbow, knees, ankles, all those things. We talk about that. And then we've talked about how, also for hair growth, you can use it. They've got the hat to help you with hair growth for the ladies. They've got the cover for it's kind of like white lights, right? Those are kind of like whitish red lights or something like that. I think there's a mix.
There's blue as well.
Blue, that's what it is. I don't do the crow's feet thing, but for the ladies, it's just 5 minutes a day, and it's just absolutely amazing. So there are so many ways that you can really benefit from red light therapy without taking drugs, without spending a whole ton of money on constantly taking those drugs, when all you have to do is get one wrap and use it 15 minutes a day. And by the way, for you workout warriors, we tell you all the time, before your workout, after your workout, it optimizes your workout, gets the blood flow going even before you start working out. It might even, Doc, I could say almost as far, it might even help you prevent some injuries down the line, right?
It's true. It increases microcirculation in the area, so you have more blood flow. Works a little bit like the stretching that you have to do before your workout. Right. So you get more energy into your cells, and then when you do the activity, then you're going to feel better. For the ladies, it's kind of interesting. Something that we just came across that I would like to share with you pretty quick.
Sure.
Is we have
lots of guys are married. Right.
Yeah, and some things that I haven't really thought about before, but we've been getting some interesting feedback from ladies after C-sections, and they're saying that even second time moms, they're saying that this is taking a lot less time to reduce the swelling, because they have a significant swelling. It's a very complicated surgery that has to go through a lot of different tissues. So there is a big inflammatory process, and it generates a lot of pain. So what they're saying is that it takes a lot faster now to reduce the swelling, and also they can stop taking the painkillers even like after a week, which is incredible. Needless to say, that low-level light therapy also helps you recover faster and give you more energy. And by the way, there's a lot of interesting studies out there showing the benefits for scarring. So less scarring, and that's what they're saying: less scars, reduced amount of time that it takes for all the swelling to go away, and then reduced pain during the process, which for a lady that just had a baby is very significant. They're so happy having the baby, but they look down and they see, oh, this is all swollen and everything else. So if you can do the mental part of it it's very, very, very interesting. So we've been getting a lot of interesting feedback for women that went through C-section, so postpartum. Women should be using this as well. And then that makes you think about it, like menstrual cramps. There is also, I have to report, a lot of interesting studies and reports that, remember, you're increasing circulation to the area, decreasing inflammation, reducing pain. So that's going to be very beneficial for that as well.
Wow, amazing.
So for those women's, problems, I mean, it's a God-given. That's what they're telling us. And then for the men, you think, okay, I have the wives, but I also have my problems, So you may think about testosterone, you may think about infertility, you may think about erectile dysfunction. Those are things that we mentioned a little bit before, but I just happened to take another look at the literature, and I found that, I mean, we already knew about the testosterone levels. We have a lot of anecdotal evidence of people that are doing the levels and then using low-level light therapy in the pads in the area, and then they redo the count later on, and they see a big difference. But I found a study that was actually conducted at the University of Siena in Italy in 2016, which was a randomized placebo-controlled trial, and they did it with 38 different men, and they measured their testosterone level and separated them in 2 different groups. And one of the groups was getting a clinical dose of low-level light therapy, red therapy, light therapy, early in the morning. And after 2 weeks, they measured again. The control group continued the same, and the group that was being treated with low-level light therapy doubled the amount of testosterone, like 2 times more. And then you think, oh, well, this is it works for everything. Well, it works in every cell that has mitochondria, so
right,
it works everywhere.
And again, folks, when we're talking about this, if you have any questions, you can send them in on the chat board. If you're talking about any kind of chronic pain you have or your family member, and again, the scars, you can look at some of our prior shows. We actually show you the before and after of folks who had operations, and sometimes you have a scar from an operation, and then that scar doesn't necessarily disappear. You know what I'm saying? A lot of you will walk around, I got, this scar, that scar, Well, with red light therapy, you might not be able to show off a scar anymore because the scar might be just gone. And that's the thing. And then the doc is talking about how on the women's side or on the men's side, you're talking about eliminating drugs. So you're now using natural red light therapy now. You're not using drugs. Your kidneys are thanking you. Your body's thanking you, because really we're not supposed to be putting all these drugs in our systems. You know what I'm saying? But red light therapy is all natural. It's great for the kids. So several of you ordered it during the summer because you had kids running around and all that stuff. And the ankle one was the big one. That was the big seller over the summer for kids because of twisted ankles and all those things. And by the way, my wife is now using, Doc, the one for the bottom of the foot because she's a teacher. So she's standing all day.
Perfect.
And a couple of days in, she could tell the difference while she was standing all day, that it wasn't bothering her nearly as much towards the end of the day because she kept getting the therapy every day when she gets home. So thank you for that, because I know you guys just came out with that wrap for the bottom of the foot, and it is fantastic.
We did. It just came out like a couple of weeks ago, I think, or 3 weeks ago. And maybe you got an earlier prototype, probably.
Yes, I did.
We think of you.
She's had it for about a month. Yeah, she's had it for about a month. Yeah.
Oh, whenever we have something new, we think of you, and then we send, so that you could try.
And, Ed mentioned it, right? And I said, oh, man, my wife would love that for her feet. You know what I'm saying? And again, how easy is it to put a wrap on your foot instead of grabbing a bucket and hot water and Epsom salt, and then you got to sit there and all that kind of stuff. And the red light therapy is just, you're watching television, you wrap your foot, you're done in 15 minutes, you take it off, put it on the other foot, 15 minutes, done. And you just keep watching your television while you're hanging out. It's so simple and much cleaner than, a tub and all that other stuff.
It's very, very safe. We're just starting a study next semester at a university. It's going to be a post-graduation level PhD in the health sciences of one of the students. And the study is with babies, actually.
By the way, Too Extreme is asking, Big O, can you ask Dr. Sidral if it's okay to wear the Red Recover over clothes, or does it have to be directly applied to the skin area?
So whatever you put in between your skin and the product is going to reduce the amount of light that's going to penetrate. If it is a very soft fabric, that's going to be okay. But if it's something too thick, I wouldn't recommend it.
Okay. And let's see, what else do we have here? Can you do red light therapy in a tanning bed of a setup?
I don't see why not, but it's going to be kind of weird because imagine if you have the pad over here and then you get, tanned all over, but in where the pad is, it's going to be.
No, I think he's talking about you create an entire booth that's all red lights.
No, absolutely. Yeah, sure.
That would be actually pretty cool, by the way.
Yes.
I wonder if you guys did that, like a tanning booth, that it's all red light therapy for the entire body. I wonder how much that would like improve your entire system, because it's getting affected all over the place, blood flow going everywhere. I bet it would be really interesting, the results of something like that.
We're working on a product that is going to be a lot more, a lot easier to carry around than one of those big bads. I'm not sure I'm supposed to say it right now, but we already have the prototype ready, so should be launching it for next year. And by the way, to just as a reminder, next week, we're because of the Thanksgiving and everything, we're gonna have like a 50% off on the website.
Ooh, all right. So
Yes.
Black Friday. Black Friday.
Black Friday. There
Okay.
we go.
So Black Friday, 50%. There you go. This is the time you want to get some red light therapy for the shoulder, for the neck, the back, the knees, the ankles. We got them for every part of the body that you need, the feet, you name it, hair. If you want to get the hat, I'm waiting for the new hat that has the Red Recover logo on it.
Oh yes, and
so
it's already pretty affordable, in comparison
I know,
to anything that
really
you see.
affordable.
But
yes, way more affordable than continuing to buy drugs for the rest of your life.
Yes.
So that to me, that's the thing. Now, all right, Doc, before we let you go, talk to us a little bit when it comes to why is it that red light therapy alleviates the pain? Explain that to people, because they probably have a hard time understanding it because they haven't experienced it like I have, like my wife has, like Sean Stanley has. He's got our producer's got bone on bone knee because he was jumping out of planes as a Marine. So his knee's all messed up. So there's no way of repairing that. But the red light therapy, what it does is it alleviates the discomfort. It gets the blood flow going in there. So you're the doctor. I'm not. Please explain to people, even for people like Sean in an extreme sense where they've got bone on bone, how red light therapy alleviates the pains in the different joints.
Okay, so the first thing is that two things I want to say first. The first one is, remember, this is an FDA approved recommendation for low-level light therapy, lasers, LEDs, pain, and inflammation. So that's second one is, if you go into the Library of Congress, the medical database of the U.S. National Institutes of Health, there is going to be more than 10,000 publications with low-level light therapy, lasers and LEDs. So it's so well validated. And the very first thing that was investigated, and was actually what I did in my PhD, was investigating the effects of low-level light therapy for pain and inflammatory conditions. The things that it does is, first of all, it increases production of cellular energy, ATP. So the cell has more energy to deal with whatever problems are happening right there. Second one, it reduces the effect of oxidative stress. So oxidative stress is also known to be associated with pain. Third of all, it increases blood circulation to the area that generates more energy, more conditions for the cell to get rid of all the different inflammatory cytokines and everything else that are in the tissue that when it's injured. And then fourth, very important, it decreases the amount of inflammatory mediators that are generated during a process of an inflammation and pain overall. The last one, which is very interesting, how opioids work. They are going to attach inside of our body to specific receptors that are called the B-opioid peripheral receptors in most of the cases, and that reduces the sensation of pain. The keratinocytes, which are the cells all around our skin, they are rich in those natural opioids called endorphins. They have them stored inside of them. Low-level light therapy kind of opens the gate to release those natural analgesics that our body produces, and then you have the decrease of pain. All of these is very well documented, and we've shown that through the research. So because of all those reasons, less pain, less inflammation, less swelling, more circulation in the area, and then you have the benefits.
Pat in Asheville is asking, are there any risks or time limits for using red light therapy? From what I understand, Doc, once you use it for 15 minutes at that moment, there's really no reason. You're not going to get any benefits by using it for 30 minutes. You've got to wait an allotted amount of time, maybe later on in the day, to then get benefits again. Is that how it goes?
That's it. I mean, you give it the dose, the appropriate dose, which is like 15 minutes is good enough, and then that's enough for the cells to to start working, generate the ATP, start producing all the anti-inflammatory mediators there, and then you can rest, let your body work. And it's like a drug. You take a drug, it's going to do something, and after 8 hours, 12 hours, you need to take it again. then you do it again.
Then you can do it again. Exactly, Pat. That's the way I've been told. That's why you could do workouts where you do it before and then you do it after.
Correct.
You know, you could do that. And then you can do what's it called? You woke up, you always have the shoulder pain or something like that. We'll treat it in the morning before you go to work as you're getting prepared. And then when you get home at night, treat it again and give it another shot.
The nice thing is you can do it as you're getting prepared.
Yeah, you're gonna notice the difference as within the first couple of days. You will notice the difference. It's not weeks or months or anything. The hair will take months.
Yeah.
And I can tell you that if it can grow, you know what I mean? It's going to take months, a year. You know, that's going to take a while. That one will. But pain and discomfort,
it's very fast. And like you said, it's so easy to use that you can do it while you're getting ready. You know, put on the sleeve and then keep doing your thing.
Right, doing your thing. Let's see, what else do we have here? I think somebody was asking something else. I think that was kind of a joke there. Okay, yeah, no. They want to get Tua of the red light tanning bed so we can get to the Super Bowl with Tua. Okay, so you know, can you get a red light tanning bed for Tua? Is what we want. It's, you know, we want Tua at his max. All right, Doc. So can we get a Tua bed?
Oh yes, we can. For him, we could make one for sure. Ed would love that, right? He's a big fan.
Oh yeah, no. Ed would make one. He would personalize it. He'd put it in dolphin colors. Yeah. No, Ed would by the way, for those of you, Ed is the president of the company, and you know the guy's a monster Dolphins fan. Like he's loving life right now. Okay, he loves the Dolphins. He loves this platform. Big supporter of the platform, and so is RedRecover.com. So listen, we're telling you about stuff I use, my wife uses, Sean uses. There's no BS here, and you're going to feel it. Go to RedRecover.com, check out the blogs, check out the video blogs, use our code Big O, get 10% off, or better yet, the doc said it, you can wait till next Friday, Black Friday, and you're going to get 50% off there, so you don't need to use Big O or anything. You'll get 50% off, but check it out, look for it, see which wraps you would like, and then order them. Doc, thank you as always, my friend. I look forward always to our conversations. Very informative. We will catch up later on in the month, my friend. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
You got it. Dr. Francisco Cedral, RedRecover.com.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
All right. Okay. Darren Lee, we just talked about ED. Let me see. Okay, it does work for ED. You put the pad in that area, it will work for ED. I think if you rewind, the doc talked about it, and I just sent him a text. So he'll give me the answer now, and I'll forward that answer to you now when the doc is, when the doc answers, and I'll give you his answer. But I'm pretty sure that for ED also it works. And again, a lot of this red light therapy stuff can help you avoid drugs. That's kind of, man, if you can avoid putting less drugs into your body, it would be, really beneficial for all of us. And you know how it is. We go to, that's how this world is. Oh, you got something here, take this. You got something, take this, take that. And, you kind of want to try to stay as much away from all those drugs as possible and be as natural as possible. Let's see. What else do we have going on? When McDaniel said that the especially staff has done all they can do for Byron, that was time reaching frustration, put Byron on blast. Yeah, exactly. We talked about that here. It's all on Byron right now. It's all on Byron. Something keeps coming up, and I told you guys what they've told me. All right, what someone told me. not they, someone. That person told me that Byron has been very challenging for this recovery, and that he's very particular about coming back, that he needs to be 100%. And I think a lot of that is coming because I told you he's doing business with the Dolphins. That's what I told you. That's what's going on. And he's planning for next year, and he knows he's going to get released at the end of the year in the offseason. You know, they're not going to they're sure they would like to bring him back for less money, but that's not going to happen. Okay? That's just not going to happen. Big O, what teams in the NFL would give Miami the most trouble in the playoffs or in the Super Bowl? Darren, any team that's, got a quarterback and got a good coaching staff. That's what I think would give them some trouble. Kansas City is going to give you trouble. Buffalo's going to give you trouble. I don't know. I don't know who else I fear. I don't fear Philadelphia. Good team, but I think the Dolphins can beat Philadelphia. That's not necessarily a team that oh my God, can they even come close to those guys or that kind of crap? I don't really look at it that way. There aren't a lot of teams in the AFC that I sit there and, oh my God, I fear for the Dolphins in this offense. Okay. Let me see. Don't fear Baltimore or Cincinnati. Don't fear Tennessee, Indianapolis, Jacksonville, or Houston. Don't fear the Chargers, the Broncos, or the Raiders. No, it's just Kansas City and Buffalo are the only teams I think that are a real challenge. And they can beat both of them. I'm not telling you they will. I'm saying they can. Yeah, that's it. And in the NFC, I think Minnesota's a fraud. I don't think Philadelphia is as good as their record. I like Jalen Hurts, but I don't fear his passing that much. The Giants are complete frauds, total frauds. Tampa Bay, I guess with the experience, I would respect them with Brady. Green Bay doesn't look good. Seattle, I know it's been a nice season for them, and I don't fear them. I don't fear San Francisco either. I don't fear Jimmy Garoppolo. Yeah, no, there's not a lot of teams that put I don't even as a fan, I don't fear the Bills or KC with this coach and that offense. I don't fear them. I think they can hang with them and beat them. Now, am I going to be shocked if Kansas City or Buffalo win? No, of course not. I respect those teams. But I'm not sitting there like in years past, like, oh my God, they've got no shot. We're just lucky to be here. And if everything goes well and the ball bounces our way, maybe we can win. That was the Dolphins of the past. This is a Dolphins team that on offense dictates what goes on. I guess maybe I'm way too confident. I don't know. Or maybe I'm a blind ass fan. Hey, happens to all of us. Run the ball down Philly's throat like the Skins did and turn them over. The 49ers pass rush scares me a little. Yeah. But I like my chances with Teron Armstead on one side, and then you just try to help out on the other side. It's probably the side that Boza lines up on. He lines up on the right side. So, a little chip. Alec Ingold will be busy going to the right. Something tells me Alec Ingold will be standing on the right side of Tua a lot against San Francisco, right? Because Teron Armstead will handle the left side. I mean, he swallowed up Myles Garrett like it was like the black hole. He disappeared. It was like a Venus flytrap, It's just like it was over. It was fun to watch. He dominated Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett must have been like, son of a bitch. God, I don't want to play guys like this. This is so hard to get past this guy. And yes, you're right. The run game does help out. It will help out if they can run like this. Now we'll see. On the ED, it does help, but he's sending me the explanation, and okay. All right, when he gets the full explanation in, I will definitely send it to you. The thing is, the teams as they stand today are not going to be the same teams in the playoffs. The Finns this year remind me of the Giants when they beat the Pats. We have more injuries, though. Yeah, there's a lot of injuries, and they're not getting some of those guys back. Byron, I still believe Byron will come back. I do. I believe he's going to come back for a couple games because he has to put something on film. I just don't think he wants to put a whole bunch of games on film and risk injury even more. So I think he's kind of, I hate to say it, but that's kind of what it is. I think he's kind of trying to position it, in other words. All right, 2 hours down. We got one more to go. Joe Shad will join us at 12:15. Give me 2 minutes here to rest the voice back with your comments, your questions. Remember, you want to send a comment in on Cash App or Venmo that you make a donation. We will read it there. Always appreciate it. At Cash Big O Show. That's Cash Big O Show, the address for Cash App or Venmo. And, of course, you can send Bitcoin. We love Bitcoin donations on Cash App. Okay? All right? Steve M., if you're going to bust my balls, you should at least send Bitcoin instead over on Cash App instead of Venmo. All right, do that. If you're going to bust my chops about Herschel Walker. All right, hour number 3 is next.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchased with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys? Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmiths in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business. Car key replacements and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your Inter Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or intermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
For over 16 years, EJDConstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDConstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDConstruction.com.
The viewpoints, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
At hour number 3, by the way, you know, I talk a lot about crypto. Obviously, I'm a big crypto believer. I know exactly where this world is going and how we're going to be using it on everyday use down the line. And you'll remember in a couple of years, you're going to go, son of a bitch was right. You know, I've been telling you for a while now, for a couple months, about Alethea Artificial Liquid Intelligence Token. And I told you that this is artificial intelligence for NFTs. And NFTs are going to be part of when you're walking around in Disney World. A picture frame is going to talk to you. You're going to talk back to it. It's going to answer you. That's an NFT. You're going to have a frame at your house that's going to have your mother, your grandmother, your father, your brother, and it's going to move around and it's going to talk because you're going to use and bring it to life. In another way, instead of just a picture, it'll remind you of great moments with the people that you love. You might be at the airport and there might be an information NFT. It tells you the baggage carousels or the direction for this or that. The usage of it is endless. They can be, when you go to the movie theater, instead of a poster, it'll be an NFT of that movie and it'll be moving and it'll have life. And so you're not just going to see a Star Wars poster, you're going to see a Star Wars poster that moves. And so artificial intelligence is going to be a part of our lives all over, in our cars, in our appliances, in businesses all over, and you name it. And so I've been kind of, you know, and I explained to you guys about low market caps and all that kind of stuff. I've done it before. So we had this monster dip, okay? And I've already been an investor in Alethea, and it was like I've gotten it right around a penny. Most of my stuff has been right around a penny. And it dipped to about a half a penny, 5.8 or something like that. It is nearly 2 cents right now. And I know for those of you that don't invest, you're going, well, it's a half a penny. It's only 2 cents. It's only a penny and a half. Just to kind of let me explain to you. If you put $100, you would have 400 now. If you have 1,000, you would have 4,000 right now. Okay. You know, if you're rich and you can put 10,000, you would have 40,000 right now, is my point. Okay. I'm just saying. You know, I wish I was rich. You know, I'm not. I'm a working stiff, and I'll make a little money here and there with all these investments. But you know, down the line, and I'm not even selling now. By the way, I can make some money right now, but there's no reason for me. The kind of money that's there, you know, forget about it. Cooper Kupp, by the way, high ankle sprain, undergoing surgery tomorrow. Will be placed on the IR. Done for the year. Tough for fantasy players. The Rams already suck anyway, so it doesn't really matter. The Rams aren't going anywhere. But anyway, so that thing right now, I'm looking at it. I have just a beautiful smile on my face all day today because this thing's at 1906. It's on the brink of hitting 2 pennies. It's up almost 114% right now. It's awesome. Awesome. Just fantastic. And it's still a $26 million market cap, which is nothing. It can multiply so much that it's not even funny where it can go. The crypto code is ALI. Do your own homework, do your own investments, and you don't invest in anything that's pumping at 114%, sir. Okay? It might go to 10 cents, and yes, it becomes a good investment. It's at 1923 now. It was at 1909. Like, as I'm watching it, it is going up and up and up. But normally, you never invest on anything going on parabolic. Okay? This is why nobody wants, most people, they're afraid when things are bad. But when things are bad, that's when it's the best to invest. And what happened with the drop a couple days ago, or last week, let's just say, with the FTX thing, you could panic if you want, or you can look at it as an opportunity because that's what it was. Because the problem is most of the world is kind of ignorant to crypto. And they see the FTX collapse and all that. And then they say, oh, crypto's in bad shape. No, crypto's in great shape. It's the banks that are in other words, whether it's banks or investment firms with money, they fail. This is the same thing going on. Nothing wrong with the money. It's that you put it in the wrong investment group and they lost all your money. Enron, whatever. It's that you put it in a bank and they lost it. Now the bank is federally insured, so you save there. These crypto exchanges are not. That's why everybody tells you buy and move it to cold storage so you own it and nobody can touch it. No one, only you. You have your 12 words. You have your keys. You're the only one that has access to it. Okay. Good call so far, and Ollie got some too. You did? Wow. I didn't expect any of you really to say that. Victor, it's on crypto.com. It's not on a lot of exchanges. Okay? It's on crypto.com. That's where I get it. All right? So we got 400 people. I see one person. Anybody else get Ollie when I told them before? Because you're doing all right now with it. 1941. Just tell you, it's going to hit 2 pennies today. It just looks like it, like it's setting off, like it's running, baby. Darren Lee says, Big O and Sean, do you remember the betting odds at the beginning of the season for Miami winning the Super Bowl? It looks like they would have been a great bet right now. Oh, dude, I forgot about that. I'm 2 wins away from my bet. I took the Dolphins over 8.5. That was like cake. I was like, really? 8.5? They're going to be 3-1 in the first month. Of course, that's me. I'm the nutbag. But now I don't sound that crazy anymore. So you just reminded me I have my bet of Dolphins over 8.5. I'll cash that bitch in soon. So 2 more wins. I got that win right in the bank. That's going to happen. What else do we have? Big O Warren Buffett says this is when he makes his. Of course, dude. When there's blood on the streets is when you invest. You think I'm stopping to buy Bitcoin? No, dude. No. You want to give it to me in the 16,000? I'm taking it. You keep going lower and lower. I'll keep buying more and more and more. I'm not going to stop. As it goes lower, I buy more and more and more. That's how it goes. You buy a little, and when it starts to, in the 42 range is when I started. And then I bought little, and then I bought more and more and more. As it goes lower, I try to buy bigger chunks and bigger chunks and bigger chunks. That's called DCA, dollar cost average. And it's been in this 21 zone to 17, 16.5 now for several months, and I'm loving it. I'm loving it. People are complaining or they're worried about it. This is my once in a lifetime chance. That's the way I look at it. Maybe I'm wrong, and that's fine. I didn't have 2 pennies to rub together as it is. I'm a working stiff. So I'll stay a working stiff for the rest of my life. I have no problem doing that. So there you go. Big O can't find it on public, please. I told you, crypto.com. You got to go to crypto.com. They have it. If you don't have an account, I can't help you there, my man. Do you think what? Liberal climate activists will try to shut down crypto due to the energy? Josh, see, that's the problem, my brother. There's a lot of stupidity and ignorance out there. Bitcoin mining does not actually do you know that blow dryers are worse for the environment? Did you know that mining for other things probably burn more? I'll show you a list on. I'll show you a list here because I know we got Joe coming up here in a minute here. Let me see if I can find it for you here. And I'll show you what I'm talking about, because that's the problem with all of this, is that too many people don't really understand that Bitcoin mining is not nearly as dirty as people make it sound. It's like there's a lot of things that we do in everyday world that are way worse for our environment. I think even how they go and mine for gold, I think is even worse. I'm gonna find it for you on and I'll show it to you, but I've got to go to Joe Shad first, and I will find it while I talk to Joe Shad. Let's do that. Let's talk a little Miami Dolphins with the one and only. Let's get into some hijinks with Joe Shad.
Dolphins fans, it's time to talk to the man with incredibly high standards. It's not easy to score an A or grade 10 out of 10 with this guy. In fact, he isn't impressed with Joey Chestnut's dominance, Usain Bolt's speed, or even Evan Ginkel's locks. Will the hijinks continue? Can the Miami Dolphins do the impossible by getting a passing grade with Joe Shad? It's time for the Hijinks Sports Grill Miami Dolphins Report. This report is brought to you by Hijinks Sports Grill in Boca at 133 Southeast Meisner Boulevard. Enjoy happy hour 4 to 7 p.m. Reserve a VIP table online and receive 1 free sparkling wine. Follow them on Instagram at Hijinks Sports Grill. Here's Miami Dolphins insider Joe Shad.
There he is, ready to go, ready to rock and roll. How you doing, my man? You feeling good?
Yeah, I'm good, Big O. Looking forward to this bye week. Everybody gets a rest, including the beat guys.
So you're not doing anything for this whole week? You're just hanging out, just being a slacker? Is that what's going on? Just slacking around?
Yesterday, I posted snap conclusions and the tape don't lie on the Palm Beach Post's website. I might post something tomorrow looking ahead to the Dolphins' chances to get a home playoff game at Hard Rock Stadium. But yeah, other than that, I'm going to shut it down. I'm trying to talk my wife into going on one of those 3 or 4 night cruises. I'm not sure she's in yet.
All right, so I got a question. Why aren't you on camera?
Next week, yeah, I'll come back.
You were on camera with Ruthie this weekend.
Yeah, that was the first thing I did. Yeah, it was the first thing I've done.
Come on. We got to get on. If you can get on camera, we got to get you on camera, bro. It's kind of lame to have the damn dot there. If you're healthy enough, what? You didn't shower today or something? What's going on? You didn't shave? What's the deal?
I definitely haven't showered and shaved. But me and Hal Habib are going to bring back the Palm Beach Post videos next week too, so we can all come back on camera together.
Oh, with Hal too? We get a bonus? Hal's going to join us?
No, my primary job is actually for the Palm Beach Post, and so Hal and I have not done any videos this year. So we're going to bring back our videos
your video
next week. Okay.
Okay. All right. I'm in a happy mood. ALI just hit 2 pennies now. Just freaking amazing. Ooh, and it went down to 1966, the year I was born. See, there's signs all over, folks. ALI. Anyway, you have no idea what I'm talking about, Joe. That's all right. Don't worry about it. Just let it all go. Tua is now the only quarterback in the NFL that is undefeated in games started and finished after last night and the loss by Hurts. Your thoughts on that now?
Yeah, I mean, I've always thought that win-loss record is a relevant statistic, certainly not the most important one when it comes to quarterback play, but it is impressive when you talk about the value of the player. Very small sample size for Teddy Bridgewater and Skylar Thompson, but you saw that the offense wasn't operating the same way that it is with Tua, and you wouldn't expect it to. The entire thing is designed around Tua's strengths. And yeah, it's fun to watch, man. Credit to everybody. To Mike McDaniel, the offensive coordinator, the offensive line coach, Armstead, Hill, Waddle. It's joy to watch, man. It's been just so much fun.
Did you see that pretty cool stat from Ryan Smith from PFF about Tua's throws and yaks and all that stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I know that the national sort of lazy perception is that it's all yards after catch for Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, and there's no doubt that Tua Tagovailoa is throwing the football in the air farther this year, and I'm glad to see that he can do it. I'm glad to see that he can do it successfully, and really, you need to be able to do that at least occasionally to win big time in the NFL. And Tua has really improved his arm strength, his velocity, and his deep ball throws.
Yeah, it's 37.7% of Tua's passing yards this season after the catch, the lowest percentage for any QB through 10 weeks with a minimum of 125 dropbacks. So, it's not all about yak with him like a lot of people want to make it out to be. And I thought it's just kind of cool to watch him knock down all the narratives that were created when they actually didn't even watch the young man really play because he didn't really have anything around him, So I just kind of like that he's kind of, shut all that stuff down. And the only thing you could, I think, lean on now is just the injury history. And that's it.
Yeah, I was watching Keyshawn Johnson and Steven. Yeah, I was
everything
watching
else was
Keyshawn Johnson.
Go ahead. What'd you say?
I was watching Keyshawn Johnson and Stephen A. Smith on ESPN this morning, and neither one believes that Tua is a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. Durability was cited, which it's fair. Let's hope that Tua can stay healthy. Obviously, sample size was cited. That argument's getting a little tougher now, but it is true that there are a lot of games to play. We'll see where Tua finishes statistically, and then also the ability to play well in a cold weather or wet weather environment. Tua's got a few more dragons to slay, but there aren't many left.
No, I don't think he has any dragons to slay except now just time now. Now he's got to just do it for a length of time now is what he's got to do. Injuries, I think it's kind of the answer is there. Just get rid of the ball, kid. That's where all your major injuries have pretty much come from you holding the ball 4 or 5 seconds. And he's actually doing it, Joe, that the last couple of weeks, we've watched him slide. We've watched him throw it out of bounds. We've watched him, throw it away. So it's actually pretty cool that he's finally getting it. Because if not, bro, you're not going to have a career. You'll be out of football within a couple of years here if you're going to take a pounding. You just
so
can't
which statistic would be more surprising if I had told you that these both would be true through 10 games? Fact 1. Tua Tagovailoa leads the NFL in passer rating. Okay. Fact 2, and this is a little skewed because there was 2+ games with injury, but it's still interesting and it is still a fact. 34 NFL quarterbacks have been sacked more times than Tua Tagovailoa this season. He's only been sacked 8 times. And there's a lot of factors for this: improved offensive line play, improved coaching, better scheme, Tua getting rid of the ball, making some good decisions. But that is a pretty cool statistic. 34 quarterbacks sacked more. Of course, there's only 32 teams. So which would be more surprising to you, honestly?
Neither one of them. You know, he was the least sacked. He was the least sacked quarterback last year.
Least sacked. Okay.
Did you know that?
So he was number one in fewest sacks per pass attempt?
Yeah.
We'll have to look that up. Yeah, okay. I didn't
Look,
know he was number one.
If I'm off by one. Maybe he's two.
Okay.
He was one of the least sacked quarterbacks with the worst offensive line and no running game last year.
I mean, obviously the scheme was
and by the way,
nothing beyond 7 yards. So
by the way, who was the most sacked quarterback with a line and a running game? Huh?
Well, all those guys are sacked a lot more. Burrow, Herbert, all those guys.
No,
they're all sacked a lot more. Who was number one? Who was the most sacked?
Most sacked with a line and with 2 running backs. You ready?
Who was the most? Yeah.
Tannehill, number one. Number one with a bullet in your heart. Number one. He had Derrick Henry for a short time, got injured. Foreman took over, who was a beast, had a hell of a line. All right. Still had A.J. Brown. Was the most sacked quarterback in the NFL because he has no pocket awareness. Never has, never will. Kind of like
listen. We like the low sack totals for various reasons, right?
But I'm just saying, you asked, right?
No, I know, but I'm gonna just also point out that it is true that some sacks are worse than others, right? Did the sack take you out of field goal range? Did the sack take you out of an opportunity to go for it on 4th and 1 from the 42? You know what I mean? So listen, when it's 3rd and 12 and you're going to punt anyway, sometimes actually, just taking the sack is not a bad play. So it varies, but it's good. This is good. This is good that the Tua is throwing the ball down the field more, and yet he's not taking a lot of sacks.
Yep. No. Let me see where it's at here. See if I have it. If I can pull it up from last year. Trying to find it now. Maybe Sean can do it for me. But all right. So the other thing that I was gonna ask you about, what do you do with kicker, bro? I know he said the right things, but then he the coach I'm talking about, at the end he said, well, we still do our due diligence on every position on the team. What would you do, and what do you think they're going to do?
So if it was Brian Flores, his butt would be cut.
It's true. It's true. That's a good one. I forgot about
Mike
that.
McDaniel is a positive, glass half full, optimistic kind of dude. And what Danny Crossman has not had a good year as a special teams coach. That all the units have been terrible. But I what he says is true. I literally, Big O, stood behind the goalposts on the 2nd floor of the Dolphins indoor facility and watched Jason Sanders kick the ball right to me, kick after kick after kick after kick. So it's not physical. It's obviously mental. And so I think it's like anything else. Special team, throughout my career, I've seen special teams guys, whether it's a kicker, a punter, or a returner, get cut after they cost the team a game. So that hasn't happened yet. So if he costs the team a game, his butt will be gone. By the way, Tua in sack percentage, he was, good, but he was behind Brady, Allen, Mahomes, Herbert, Cousins, Prescott, Stafford in sack percentage. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th. I'm surprised that.
Well, percentage
Herbert,
but what's
percentage?
Sack right? Percentage. What was the total sacks?
Well, he also missed games and was benched last year, right? So sack percentage is a more relevant stat.
Yeah, that's that's fair. That's actually very fair. That you're right. Sack percentage is probably better.
And that said, I did use the sack total in my earlier question, but listen, it's all good. It's all good.
The guy had 20 sacks last year.
Mm-hmm.
20 sacks total last year in his games played. That's pretty effing good, dude. For a crap ass line that he played behind, that's pretty freaking good.
And so I want our listeners here on the Hijinks Sports Bar and Grill in Boca report to do me a favor and go check out the Tape Don't Lie. I had not done it this year. It's the first one. Watch the Browns tape back.
It's a good segment.
No, listen, it was hard. It was hard for me to honestly just kind of focus on the film with my eyes. So I did it last night. And you always say to me, Joe, what jumped out on the Tape Don't Lie? And Brandon Shell and Robert Jones and Robert Hunt. Okay. We know that Connor Williams and Teron Armstead are playing well, but those guys are throwing people to the ground, Big O. They're throwing them to the ground. They're physical. They're tough. They're opening huge holes in the running game. This offensive line is playing better as a group than anyone could have anticipated. And I know that Mike McDaniel said Austin Jackson is the starting right tackle, and I'm sure at some point he'll get a chance to go back in there. But right now, man, Shell and Jones, they're getting it done.
Oh yeah. I mean, there's no way you make any changes when Austin Jackson, I know he was active, but I mean, if he's ready to play, 100%, he has to sit and wait for somebody to slip up at this point in time, because as you said in the tape, that was their best game this year, man. That was really, really good.
The Dolphins are fortunate. If you have Austin Jackson and Greg Little, and they even had a couple of other guys activated last week that can play tackle. Keon Smith, I think his name might be.
Yeah, but I don't know about the Greg Little one. You're using that term. Loose. Okay.
No, I'm saying as a backup, as an emergency reserve. It's not bad. I know.
Yeah. I like Austin Jackson as my emergency reserve. Greg Little doesn't convince me. He's been hard to watch, man. Listen, Brandon Shell, dude. I mean, I don't know if he'll get the love for it, but Chris Grier deserves love for Executive of the Year. And I talked about this in the postgame show. You're going around, you're going, okay, so wait a minute. So before the game starts, Teddy Bridgewater got a swelling knee, Okay, so Skylar gets elevated. You do not flinch as a Dolphin fan because you like what you've seen from Skylar. And then you watch the game, and here's Brandon Shell, a guy you found off the street playing right tackle for you. And here's a guy that you've hung on to for the last 2 years, and Robert Jones playing left guard for you. And here's Bethel Johnson, or is it Bethel, or is it, what is it?
Justin Bethel.
Here's Justin Bethel running around back there making plays. Here's Cater Kohu putting away his lightsaber, making plays that we found in Division II, undrafted. You start looking around all over that team, and here's Wilson Jr., who we just traded for, and here's Chubb, who we just traded for. This effing front office has done an amazing job to think of where you were for the last 2 years as a friend, where you've been the last 25 years. And you've never come close to designing a team like this in just an off season where you find everything. You got a front office that found your franchise quarterback and your backup quarterback the following year. I mean, that shit is crazy, Joe. I don't think people are appreciating enough what Chris Grier, Marvin Allen, and Reggie McKenzie are doing behind the scenes, my brother. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously perceptions change on a, sometimes week-to-week basis in the NFL, but really it's more fair to evaluate things on a year-to-year basis. And it's funny, I saw a picture of Chris Grier that one of our photographers took, and he had a big smile on his face, and I was thinking, wow, he's probably feeling much better about the state of his franchise right now than he was a year or 2 or 3 ago. And obviously there was the tear down. But yeah, I mean, the perception of Chris Grier was like, yeah, he's been okay, but it's been average. And certainly the perception now is that, well, you know what? That Tua Tagovailoa pick doesn't look so bad. And you know what? That Laramie Tunsil trade has worked out pretty good, and the Jalen Waddle pick. You know what I mean? There was a lot of thoughts of, well, how do you pass on Kyle Pitts? Well, all right. Clearly, Jalen Waddle over Kyle Pitts was the right move. So, yeah, he's looking a lot better.
And by the way, so are you saying that when you asked me, would I take Herbert or Tua, and I kept telling you Tua, that doesn't sound that crazy anymore to you?
Well, no, I mean, obviously the statement sounds less crazy, yeah.
Okay, that's all right. Last year, I was telling folks, I don't know if I told this to you last year, but I said this in the wake of all the crap that was going on. I said, if you put Tua in Minnesota, they're in the playoffs. If you put Tua in the Rams, they win the Super Bowl. If you put Tua in Tennessee, he takes them way farther than Tannehill ever would. So how's that statement sound from last year? Who you taking, Tua or Kirk Cousins? Who you taking, Tua or Tannehill? Do you think Tua can do exactly what this guy did in the Super Bowl? Matt Stafford? Did Matt Stafford do anything that Tua couldn't do in the Super Bowl? What do you think?
No, I'm just looking. I was while you were talking, I was looking back at some of the articles I wrote in 2019. Dolphins should send signal to Tua, we still want you. For Stephen Ross, this seems like the ideal moment to send a message to Tuscaloosa. We still want you, Tua. We still need you, Tua. So, I was all in back in 2018, and I'm glad.
Yeah, but you got off.
Tua
you
is
got
living
off.
up to the expectation.
You're like Omar. Omar was drooling at the press conference, at the combine, looking up at Tua.
Listen, I have to
and
write.
He needed a bib and all that, and then the first sign of adversity, he got off. Like you all got off, like in the first sign of adversity. And I tried to explain to you all.
I'm not a fan. I'm a journalist. So I have to write what I see. If I'm not a fan, I'm a journalist. I have to write and say what I'm seeing at the moment.
And what? I'm not, and so I was only saying it as a fan? Really? Is that what I was saying as a fan, or was I just right? That it wasn't him, that it was all Flo, it was around him, and Tannenbaum and all these messes that's been around for Grier and for him. It's kind of the people that were in the way of Grier and Tua are gone, and now they get to do their jobs, and they're excelling at their jobs. To me, that's
what I wrote in 2019. Do not overthink this. Do not fall into the trap of believing too much of Tua's success is a product of Alabama's scheme and teammates so far superior to their opponents. So listen, you write what you believe at the moment. I mean, listen, I'm not. You and I have a little bit different roles, right? You would agree with that, right? I mean, a little bit different roles, right?
Oh, really? Call it like you see it. It's just you and I see it differently. You didn't, like when I told you I take Tua over Herbert, I'm not being a fan, bro. Did I believe in Brian Tannehill ever? Did I ever tell you any quarterback in the last 20 years was the real deal for the Dolphins? Hell, did I ever tell you that a Dolphins team was the real deal in the last 20 years? No, dude. I kept slamming general manager after general manager and coach after coach. Funny how I don't slam this general manager, and funny how I don't slam this quarterback or this team right now. Maybe it's because I know this team is actually real compared to the shit that they've gone through for 20 years. Joe, all they ever had was a running back. All they ever had was a running back, Lamar Smith, Jay Ajayi, or Ricky Williams, dude. They never had a quarterback. What, they have Pennington, who was a game manager on his best day. He was smart. He didn't throw away the football. Okay, that if you don't throw away the football and you don't commit penalties, you're going to be in a crap ton of games in the NFL. It's pretty simple. And Pennington.
2019, is Tua a winner? Check. Is Tua a leader? Check. Tua has accuracy, charisma, intelligence, character that Brian Flores and all of South Florida craves. Tua doesn't just have the it factor. He is it. All right. So listen. So now he is living up to everything I and the Dolphins thought he could be in 2019. He is an MVP candidate. He is a Pro Bowl candidate. He's getting it done, and I sure hope it continues. It's going to be a lot of fun.
The narrative at the beginning of the season was, these first 4 games are going to test the Dolphins. So they went 3-1. So now that you know what they are through 10 games, when Tua is healthy, is there a game that they cannot win on the rest of the schedule now?
No,
Isn't
I
it
mean,
interesting,
realistically, realistically, you would take 4-3, which would put you at 11-6 and get you in the playoffs.
Okay.
I don't know if that wins the AFC East, but I think I like many predicted 10-7 before the season. So it looks like the Dolphins are likely to surpass that. I thought that the Vegas odds being 8.5 or 9 were too low, just too low. I don't know how. I don't. I think it was skepticism about McDaniel and skepticism about Tua. And Big O, I want your listeners to look up what I wrote on Sunday off of that Browns game. That I can finally officially call it, that the Dolphins have the right long-term answer at coach and quarterback, and that nothing matters more.
I'm with you. By the way, what do you think about Kader Kohou's celebration finally?
What? Oh, you mean Tyreek?
No, Kader Kohou.
What did Kohou do?
You wow. He
What do you
has
mean
not
celebration. What did he do?
He has not seen Darth Kader. You have not know. You got to do a story on this, bro. This is why you come on this show also, because you get some stuff that you don't get anywhere else. Darth Kader, baby, check it out. Boom, he makes the play. Lightsaber, boom, put it away.
Someone told me. Someone on social media said he doesn't like that, so that must have been an inaccurate statement. He does like Darth Kader.
Boom. Of course he likes Darth Kader. He just put away the goddamn lightsaber. And he did it twice in the game.
I'm glad he's embracing it.
Of course.
I got a little worried when he gave up the first, he gave up the pass on the first play, and then he was lights out, lockdown. Kader's my guy. That's my dude. I was the first guy to write about the Ivory Coast. All right. Makes me think of the World Cup. Is the Ivory Coast in the World Cup? Are we going to watch that? Where are we going? Let's go to Hijinks Sports Bar and Grill.
Ooh.
The U.S. versus Wales on Monday, November 21st. That's next Monday at 2 p.m. Who's going to go? I guarantee you.
By the way, I will be at Hijinks. I'm going to go over to Hijinks on Friday, by the way. So
okay, maybe I'll meet you.
I'll be there.
If I'm not on a boat.
I'll be there to hang out. I'll be there to hang out a little bit and hang out with the manager and go check out the bar and stuff like that. Of course. Well, I mean, you go there all the time, but yeah, I want to go. I don't like talking about anything that I don't know about, and I'm not big on that. I won't represent a product that I don't know. So
are you going to get the wings that I told you about?
Yes, I'm definitely going to get the wings. I'm going to go up there. I'm going to go with the wife, and we'll go up there to Hijinks on Friday, and hang out a little bit and go check out the bar. You know what I mean? So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
That's awesome. And at the last time there was
now you have a story to write. By the way, okay.
The last time there was a women's World Cup, me and Safid Dean and Josh Tolentino. Josh is now in Philadelphia. Went over and watched that at Hijinks, and I can tell you that everyone was wearing some special World Cup outfits.
For sure. Oh yeah, no doubt. We used to have a Tolentino Tuesday. Used to be on the program when he was in town.
Let me tell you one more thing. I want to tell you one more thing I wrote about Tua so that I can get off that receipts list. In 2019, Chris Greer has a responsibility to the organization and to himself to draft the quarterback that he clearly envisions leading the Dolphins to championship glory. He cannot hedge, for if he loses, there will be no excuses. I crushed Justin Herbert back then. And you know what? Some of the stuff you've said about how he hasn't done quite as well in clutch situations and fourth quarters, you're seeing it this year. And, I give you a little bit of credit, but we'll see how it plays out. We got more games to play.
Jeff George, Phillip Rivers. I've seen this before, bro.
He's an extraordinary talent. He's an extraordinary talent.
Thank you. Yes, he is.
But that's not necessarily enough.
That's where it ends. He's not a great quarterback. He's an extraordinary talent. If I had to design a quarterback physically, it would be Justin Herbert, bro. It would be exactly.
And we do have to say,
but I don't know if El Corazon.
He is missing all his receivers and all his linemen. So if we're going to say that it was unfair to knock Tua when he was playing with nobody,
no, they weren't
we
saying
do have
that.
to at least mention.
No. I was saying that. They weren't saying that. Okay? Everybody else, including yourself, you got off the bandwagon that you were on in 2019, and you thought he was part of the problem with it all, and it wasn't that is his fault. And as for Justin Herbert, what I don't know about him that I have never seen in Oregon or here, my brother, is El Corazon. I don't know if El Corazon can actually perform at the highest level in key moments.
I don't speak a lot of Spanish, but I know that one. Listen, I know Corazon. I don't speak a lot of Spanish, but I know that one.
I know you would know that one. Everybody knows that one. And I'm thumping my chest here at the same time to kind of tell you that I don't know if he has heart. I don't know if he has balls. That's my problem with him. I never watched. Dude, think about this. What Oregon game do you remember him slinging around and beating people and bringing them back against a big team? There's none. And that's my problem. When I see Joe Burrow, I watched you at LSU. When I see Tua, I watched you at Alabama at the highest level with the best conference, and you beat the best talent. You showed me you have balls. And then when I watched him the last 2 years, I love what I saw from Tua because he didn't have anything, and he handled it like a freaking champ. He never pointed fingers. He didn't do an Aaron Rodgers. He didn't do anything, bro. He just played his game. He stayed straight. He didn't point fingers, and he was tough throughout the whole thing. And you could tell
healthier.
He's healthier now.
Healthier. He's physically stronger. He's in a better scheme with better coaching, better teammates. He's living up to expectations. As Peter King, the noted journalist, said, "Let's enjoy the ride. Let's not forget to enjoy the ride because there's a lot of anger and frustration and all that. So let's not forget the part about enjoying the fun parts." Hey, let me know what time you're over at Hijinks Sports Bar and Grill in Boca Raton.
I will.
Friday.
I'll send you a text when I'm on my way. I'll send you a text when I'm on my way. You'll have an hour and a half because it'll take me an hour and a half to get there. All right. So I'll reach out to you on Friday, my brother. All right. Appreciate you.
All right. See you. All right.
You got it. There you go. The great Joe Shad. And I'll send you some video from Hijinks. That has to be the best looking sports bar in South Florida. I'm telling you. Okay. There's a lot of great sports bars. I don't know if there's one that's better looking than that one. Just telling you. Just go to their Instagram page. I don't know how they afford models because they're either current Dolphin cheerleaders or former Dolphin cheerleaders, and it's just a smoke show. Okay? I'm telling you, I've never seen a bar like this ever. That's got to go up there. I'm going with the wife and everything, so I may not live to tell about it, but I'm going. Oh, by the way, the doc said, in case of preventive use or to increase testosterone levels or before, after, once a day, 15 minutes. In case where you have pain and inflammation, use up to 3 times a day for 15 minutes. All right. And I'm going to ask him one more follow-up question, so I will get that answer for you. Okay. And where's Ali now? Just under 2 cents, 1978. So it's just flirting with 2 cents now. It's up 118%. That is just amazing, dude. It really is. What an amazing run today by Alethea. It's good. It's good to be the king. Oh, it's up 122.69%. Okay. We'll take that. Holy moly. And that is your Hijinks Sports Grill Miami Dolphins report. All right.
This has been the Hijinks Sports Grill Miami Dolphins report with Joe Shad. This report is brought to you by Hijinks Sports Grill in Boca at 133 Southeast Meisner Boulevard. Enjoy happy hour from 4 to 7 p.m. Reserve a VIP table online and receive 1 free sparkling wine. Follow them on Instagram at Hijinks Sports Grill.
Muzi says, why did one say Burrow is only good because of his receivers? Why is it only aimed at Tua? I think Burrow benefits from having great receivers, but I think he's great too. Exactly, Muzi. That's what I hate too. The double standard that exists with Tua doesn't exist with anybody else. Everybody else is great because they're great. Tua can't be great because he's not great. It's everybody else, which is the dumbest thing in the world. You know? And that's why, when Joe says, I write what I see, that's fine. But you can write and say, hey, Tua doesn't look good here, but let me tell you why he doesn't look good here. That's what I did. That's the difference between him and Omar and myself, that they kind of wrote him off after. Well, yeah, it doesn't look like he can do this, that, whatever. And it was like, no, dude, he can do all of that. Yeah, he can throw deep downfield. Yes, he can play at a high level. Yes, he can run a high-powered offense. But you can't just do it by osmosis. You need help. And that's what I kept saying for 2 years. He doesn't have this. He doesn't have that. You cannot do it without that. And Joe Burrow has the best receiving core in the NFL. All 3 guys are considered the best receiving core in the NFL going into this season. Now, I know Jamar Chase has been out several weeks, and I get it. He's got the hip injury, but nobody ever mentions that Joe Burrow has Joe Mixon, 1,200 yards and 11 touchdowns last year, and the 3 receivers that make it the best receiving core in the NFL. But Joe Burrow's great. And guess what? I love Joe Burrow. I'm a huge Joe Burrow believer. That guy's got cojones. Okay? Marino, cojones. Joe Montana, cojones. Drew Brees, cojones. That's why I got to see you do it. I got to see you elevate people, not flash a play here or throw there. Lots of people do that all the time, dude. Lamar Jackson does that all the time, flash plays. But I never see him really win with his arm all the time because he's got to use his legs. He's got all the heart in the world, but he can't do it with his arm. Justin Herbert's got all the talent in the world. He can do things that Lamar can't with his arm, but yet when push comes to shove, you shove Justin Herbert. Because he reminds me of Phillip Rivers and Jeff George. Fantastic talents. They can throw the ball, all that stuff. It's not that they lack anything physically. Does it get too tough for them? Does the pressure build up for them? Because I know Russell Wilson's not going to crack. Not this Russell Wilson, okay? I'm talking about younger Russell Wilson. But, guys like that, Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, guys that show me cojones in moments that you're like, holy shit. And to me, Tua has been that his entire career. So that's why I never wavered on Tua. And I get criticized because I didn't waver. Oh, so I'm a fan now because I didn't waver. See, that was Joe slamming me for not being right, for being a fan. And yeah, of course I'm a fan. But my opinions don't come from being a fan. My opinions come from being objective, saying this guy can play, that guy can't play. Okay? Just like I'll tell you, Tua's a hell of a quarterback. Teddy Bridgewater is a backup. Fantastic human being, all that stuff, all that. And I got poop all butthurt about, why are you picking on Teddy? Well, you compared him to Tua. I'm going to break it down and say, no, there's no comparison. By the way, it was funny. Speaking of the Bridgewater stuff, I wanted to have a little fun with this. Did I save it? Wonder if I saved it. So Bridgewater, okay, he in 2015 they went 11-5. Okay, and this is where I tell people Teddy's a fantastic person, all that good stuff, but there is a huge difference between Tua and Bridgewater. And I'll give you a great example here. Here's 2015. Teddy's second season in Minnesota. They go 11-5. It's probably his best year as a quarterback overall. 2015. He throws for 3,231 yards, 14 touchdowns, and 9 interceptions. Okay? He had a year where it was 18-7 with Denver with 14 games, but he threw 3,000 yards. In 14 games, he threw 18 touchdowns. He's never averaged 2 touchdowns in a game for a year. Can't do it. It's never happened. But here's the best part about this. In 2015, listen to this. Listen to this team in 2015. You're going to freak out. Okay, Bridgewater's at quarterback. Your running backs are Adrian Peterson and Jerick McKinnon. Your other running back is Matt Asiata. Then your wide receivers are Adam Thielen, Stephon Diggs, Cordarrelle Patterson, and Mike Wallace. Mike is like your fourth receiver there or whatever. But you have Diggs, you have Thielen, you have Cordarrelle Patterson. You got guys. You got guys that can play. And who was your tight end? Kyle Rudolph. Pretty good tight end overall. Right? He had 500 yards and 5 touchdowns. And he can only throw for 3,000 yards. Adrian Peterson had 1,400 yards that year. 15 almost, actually, 1,485. Hell of a team. Hell of an offense. You think about it. So you had a hell of an offense, and all you can muster is 14 touchdowns and 9 interceptions? Really? Come on, man. Great young man. Please don't even compare him close to what Tua is as a passer. That's all. That's all I want to say. Great young man. Been a serviceable quarterback in the NFL. He is not franchise material. Never has been. Never will be. And so when you tell me that, there's any kind of comparison there, the drop-off is slightly a little bit. No, the drop-off is a cliff that is 10,000 feet in the air is what it is. It's not even close. Teddy Bridgewater is a backup quarterback, not a starter. That's all. It's just that in this league, there aren't 32 good ones. So you're going to have half the league that are starting guys that are probably backup quarterbacks. What do you think Taylor Heinicke is? He's a gritty little guy. What's he, 10-9 in his last 19 starts? 10-9. 10-9. Come on, man. That's what we dealt with here for 20 years. 10-9 quarterbacks. Big O, do you think Skyler and Scott Mitchell, when Marino and DeBerg, they drafted Mitchell, are up in similar type QBs? Yeah, different eras, man. Different eras. Completely different eras. And DeBerg was, one of the great ball handlers of all time, man. He could fake linebackers out, make them think that the running back had the ball and he doesn't, and he was fantastic at that. And he was a serviceable quarterback, but he was also a backup guy. If you had Steve DeBerg as a starter, you weren't really going to be going deep into any kind of playoff run. So we'll see. Skyler's very young right now at this point to even measure him in any way, shape, or form, to be quite honest. Look at what Teddy did in Denver with a dominant running game and a good tight end and top tier. He's solid, but nothing spectacular. Exactly. I just gave you the stats right now. It just nothing. He can't do a lot. It's not his fault. He's maximized his talent. What the good Lord gave him, he maximized it already. But it'll never be Tua. It'll never even come close to that. Solid backup to Berg. Yes. Still remember him coming back with that busted chin and all that stuff with the Dolphins. What else do we have? Can we get over 300? Like, yeah, man, come on. We got over 500 yesterday. You got us over 500 yesterday. We should get over 600 today. 249. Wow. Weak sauce. We need to do better. Come on, man. Help us get the show out more. That's what the like does. It gets the algorithm going so more fans of South Florida sports can find us. Remember, you can make a donation through Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. That's Cash Big O Show on Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. Just make sure you have the facts. Okay? Just make sure you have the facts on actually what's going on in the show. And you know what's going on. Okay. What else do we have? Good game yesterday by the Heat. Win over the Suns. We are awaiting, by the way, Marcel Louis-Jacques. He's going to join us any second now. Why don't we do this? Let's take a quick break. Give me 2 minutes to rest my voice. I got an hour. Give me 2 minutes. We take 2-minute breaks, bro. Okay, I got to rest the voice. In 1 hour of talk, 2-minute breaks. Go for it, Sean. Thank you, sir.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys? Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmiths in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business. Car key replacements and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com. expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Back. It's hour number 4 of the program. We are awaiting Marcel Louis Jacques. He's going to join us any second now. And hopefully we'll get to talk to him. Don't forget myedgedrink.com. You know, Tua plays with an edge. You got to live life with an edge. You got to work with an edge. And right there, baby, that's the finest energy drink on the planet. Edge energy drink. It's going to blow you away. It is delicious. It is smooth. It has zero aftertaste. And folks, you can't get it in a store. But the good thing is you can order it to your home or office. Anywhere you're at. Just go to myedgedrink.com and find out why it is so delicious, why it is so smooth, why it has zero aftertaste and only 78 calories. And if you want to mix it up with a little vodka or anything else, it's an amazing elixir. I love it with my Grey Goose. It is fantastic. I was having some this weekend. myedgedrink.com, folks. You live life with an edge. You need an edge. Well, get a can, have one in your hand, or mix it up with your favorite drink, man. You're going to love it. Edge energy drink. You're going to remember me. You're going to thank me. You're going to go, wow, I'm dropping this crappy energy drink that I'm having. I'm going to have this because it is delicious, smooth, and has zero aftertaste. Go to myedgedrink.com. All right, Astraf Sterling, I answered you there just in case. This Big O, I'm seeing for Ali 2 listings for the price. One where the price you say at 0.02. Another is around 0.117 on CoinMarketCap and the graph on Crypto.com. Prices are a little different in 2 different places. I don't know if you can buy it on. Can you buy it on CoinMarketCap? I don't know. I'm not sure if isn't that just to track coins? I don't know. Do they have like an exchange also? I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, but again, you guys do what you want, invest what you want. You don't invest in something going parabolic. It's got to come back down a little bit. So wait for it to, come back. Unless this is a beginning of it's going to go even up more, then I'm giving you bad advice. But I'm just saying, be careful. Things that pump this hard are going to contract and they're going to come back down. Normally happens. It's a beautiful thing. I'm super happy. I have no need to sell this right now because I needed to go way higher before I start selling this thing. But I'm just saying, Sam says, Big O is right. Herbert, cold chest in big games. I just need to see it. When I see him ball out and beat people on a consistent basis, then I'm going to say, okay, now the balls match the talent. But right now, he doesn't have Tua's balls. It's not even close, bro. Tua's fearless, man. Fearless. Chargers year in and year out for 2 decades have never level QB play and still don't make the playoffs. Yeah. Heat are finally 500. That was a fun game last night, man. That was a fun game last night. Heat are long in the tooth. Yeah. It's not going to be an easy season for them. If the one thing that I've noticed is if the young guys don't really seriously pick it up and carry more of the load, you're just wearing Jimmy out to the end of the year. And I hate that. And it's not like Kyle can carry you. Yeah, it's going to be a long season. Big O, even though buy low, sell high is a proven strategy in investing, most people do the opposite. I know, Brett. God, you're so right, dude. When you're right, you're right. And I don't understand it. You know what I'm saying? Like you and I, obviously, let's say we're buying Bitcoin now at 16, 17, 20, 21, but then it shoots up to 40, 45, 50. And then they're telling me, hey, Big O, should I get into Bitcoin now? And it's like, no, dude, you should have gotten in it when it was like really bad. And because everybody told you it was so bad, but it's going to come back. Now's when you buy Amazon. Now's when you buy Tesla. Now, all these stocks are so down. I know the market's pumped a little bit, but it's been so down. This is when you buy it. But the problem is that it's a catch-22. You have to have the money, the discretionary income to do it. You're not using your rent money for it, your mortgage money, your car payment, your food, that you're not using. Do not ever use that kind of money. Pay your bills. The extra money you have, that's the money you, hey, I'm not going to the movies this weekend. I'm going to invest instead. Hey, I'm not going to go out to this fancy dinner. I'm going to invest instead. Hey, I'm not going to this game. I'm going to invest. I'm not going to this concert. I'm going to invest instead. That's how you do it. That it's the discretionary income that you have, then you can decide, you know what, this is better for me because in the long run, I'm going to get more fun out of this because when it climbs, I'll be able to get more money out of it. Whatever. That's kind of the way you got to go. Big O, Mike, the owner, told me Doral will be ready in Thanksgiving. That's awesome, man. It's fantastic. I'm hoping that Carlos and Mike can get it done. Big O, you can't go wrong with PepsiCo. I'm a Coke guy. Nothing personal against Pepsi, just more of a Coke guy. Dan Fouts was another great quarterback that never. Yeah, but you know what? Dan Fouts, he was pretty good, bro. I give Dan Fouts. Dan Fouts was tough, bro. He just had no defense. He reminds me a lot of Marino. I would never put Herbert in Fouts' class, ever. Fouts was a tough son of a bitch. Fouts was clutch. I wouldn't put Phillip Rivers or Justin Herbert in Dan Fouts' class. Dan Fouts was a good quarterback, bro. Really, really good quarterback. Eric Coryell and company never had a defense. That was the Chargers' problems back in those days. So I would not. I'm sorry. I disagree with you. I watched a lot of those games back in the day. John Jefferson, Charlie Joyner, an older Cliff Branch went over there. Chuck Muncie, all the different guys that they had on that team, but they never really had the kind of defense that they needed to complement them. It reminds me a lot of Marino, man. He had a better running game than Marino. That he did. But I like, I'm a Fouts guy, man. Listen, you might not like him as a broadcaster. He might come off snobbish. Maybe he is kind of snobbish. I'm not sure. But don't let the personality cloud the individual. Okay? Who they are as a person. I mean, as a player. Even if the person's a jerk, Barry Bonds, Class A jerk. One of the greatest players of all time, bro. Hands down. I don't care about the cheating and the steroids. I'm talking about 5-tool player, with Ken Griffey Jr., some of these kind of guys, few, Now, Ken Griffey was a class act and a good dude. But what I'm saying is sometimes people will take a shot at somebody's talent because they're not necessarily a good person at times. And I know Dan Fouts sometimes will come off, on the broadcast, but he was a baller, bro. Baller. Let's see. Winslow was a beast. Yes. And Kellen Winslow. I love Fouts, says Gura. Man, I hate it when we had to play those Charger teams, right, King Short? Pain in the ass, bro, because Fouts could score on you, man. And he had great guys. Yes, I believe you're right, Michael. He's an Oregon guy. I believe he is a duck. Big O, have you been slipping Tua this season? Vitamin B and Edge energy drink. That's the recent secret, of course. Tua has the edge because he now drinks the edge. That's it. Tua's all about the edge. Got to have that edge. Michael says they hung 50 on us. I know, man. They can play, man. That's what I'm saying. If you watch Dan Fouts play, Dan Fouts is a player, bro. Tough sumbitch. Okay? He hung into that pocket, and there were many times where that pocket's just all over him, and here comes an arm out of that pocket and is just throwing in. Fearless, dude. Took hits, waited till the last second. Did not matter. Love Dan Fouts. He was fun to watch. Much respect for Dan Fouts, the quarterback. And Phillip Rivers was never anything like Dan Fouts. He has a whole bunch of stats. Yeah. But I saw Fouts more as a money player than Phillip Rivers ever was in the NFL. Phillip had the tendency, and I defended him for a while, but you can't defend the turnovers in brutal times. And Dan Fouts was not known for that ever. And, just like Justin Herbert, I know he's young, but he has not shown me throughout Oregon in this that he's that kind of guy at all. James Brooks, too. Nice job, Dean G. You are correct. They got James Brooks before he went to Cincinnati. Is that how it went? Right? James Brooks was first in the Chargers, then went to Cincinnati, if I'm correct, and then went to the Super Bowl with that team here in Miami in '89 with Stanley Wilson and Cocaine Hayes in a Miami hotel. Love Dan Fouts both as a player and commentator, always entertaining at both. I was a young buck living in Florida when we lost that playoff game. Cried my eyes out. Yeah, I'm with you, man. Tough loss. Big time tough loss. All right, well, I don't know what the hell's going on with Marcel. By the way, when we're talking about the ED stuff, we talked about hair growth. Yes. It's going to also help with cholesterol levels. It's going to give you more energy overall. Okay. Testosterone levels, not cholesterol levels, testosterone levels. So it's going to help your testosterone levels. It'll give you more energy and also more energy and blood flow in that area. So it could help out with ED. It's something you should try. And it's all natural. That's the thing about all this red light therapy. It's all natural. It's amazing to me the benefits that you get from all of that. And hair growth too. So if you're putting it down in that area, I don't know, more hair is going to grow. Big O, that sports commentator this past Sunday was Greg Gumbel. You were wondering. No. I was talking about the color guy. I didn't know it was Archuleta. Sean told me. And then I almost fell off my chair because Adam Archuleta said a lot of stupid shit the last time he did a Tua game. And this time he was night and day about Tua. He kissed Tua's ass in every angle he could possibly kiss. Amazing. So, but thank you for helping me out on that one. Okay. That Ickey Woods team where the wide zone system came from. That Ickey Woods team was pretty damn good. They were loaded, bro. That team with Sam Weish was loaded. That Boomer Esiason team, loaded. Brooks, all those guys. Was it like David Fulcher was that linebacker or something in the middle? Was it David? I think it's Fulcher. But that guy was like 255, 265, could run and knock the crap out of you. Remember that dude? Yeah, that Cincinnati Bengals team that got beat by Joe Montana, that was a good team, man. It's a really good team, really good offense, really creative offense. Sam Weiss did a beautiful job with that offense. Boomer Esiason was on the money. Yeah, it was a good team. Eddie Brown, yes. Miami Highs, Eddie Brown. Yeah. Pat in Nashville says, Archuleta certainly changed his tune. Still annoying. Yeah, it was annoying. I want to think that the Tuanons went after him, and he was like, holy crap, And then he watches the kid take off, and he's like, oh, God, yeah, I was way off. I was just jumping on the bandwagon like everybody else, repeating all the same stupid things about Tua. So what are you going to do? All right, well, we've waited for Marcel. I'm out of here. I got another show to do tonight. I can't just keep talking and Marcel doesn't show up. I mean, that just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Congratulations to Pete Davidson. He's now banging Emily Ratajkowski. So you go from Ariana Grande to Kate Beckinsale to Kim K to Emily Ratajkowski, which I'm sure he's also, gone in other directions that we don't know with other women. But I got to tell you something. Pete Davidson, I am convinced, all right, convinced he's multi-talented in the right area. You know what I'm saying? Women talk, crap gets around, so I got to think it ain't about his personality. It ain't about his jokes. Certainly not about his looks. That's all I'm saying. There's got to be some kind of rumor out there or something that, just saying. There's no way you land all that kind of material and look like him. You know what I'm saying? There's got to be, an eighth wonder of the world. Okay? But hey, more power to you. Baby's arm and all. Appreciate all of you out there. Thank you all for supporting us here on the program like you do every single day. Of course, we thank Sean Stanley, the man that masters this platform every day. Got Chad out there too, as always. And we got to thank Cameron Wolf and Joe Shad. I'm not going to thank Marcel Louis Jacques because he didn't show up for the goddamn thing. So we'll have to track him down. I'm telling you, all these guys, Cam and Marcel, they all get to town and they immediately become Cubans. They're late to every goddamn thing. We affect people all over the place. We are terrible at this, bro. I want to apologize on behalf of the Cuban culture here in South Florida. All of you that are now late to meetings and parties and get-togethers and weddings, and it's our fault. We have influenced you all. We are late to everything. So I want to apologize on behalf of the Cuban community and our terrible influence on time. Okay, we've affected poor. I bet you Marcel used to get everywhere on time until he moved to South Florida and had a couple Crockett's. I'm sure that, Cam had a little guarapo and a little Cuban coffee, and then all of a sudden now he's late to everything. Just happens. It's just one of those things. You move here, we infest you with tardiness, and that's it. It's thing. RM Dave says Cuban time is real. There's no doubt it is. There's no doubt it is. Yeah, Cubans invented time. Cubans invented a broken clock is what they did, bro. Our clock doesn't work. That's the problem with Cuban time. It's like a screwed up clock. Anyway, I love you all out there. Whether you tuned in, you hit the like button. Did you guys get us closer to 500 at least? See, there's 437 people right now. 279. Come on. But we love you all out there. Whether you hit the like button, you watched, you visit our great sponsors. Thank you for your support. We shall see you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Same time, same place, same bat channel.